Okay, there we go. I knew it. I freaking... Dude, it's because there's something that we needed to click to open that we hadn't opened yet. Anyway, you totally heard everything I just said. All the amazing things we have planned. You absolutely heard me. No, okay, so let's run this back. Because we've got some important things to talk about here, folks. We've got something pretty epic for you guys today. Have a look at that. Boom, we have got a show match between B and Kiljardi in a brand new game mode, which Hussein has been working his butt off at, that will spawn in walls to create essentially a full arena mode, like the classic one that you've seen in Age of Empires before. So we're going to have those two facing off in a BO9. And then after that, we're also going to be featuring Voldemort going up against Scatterbrained in a best of 5. So yeah, potentially 14 games. Why are you guys on about the size of Kiljardi? There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's just standard Kiljardi measurements. Like, what's the problem? I'm confused. This is the size of the photo I got sent. Like, this is exactly like it's. I've met him in person. B's just very big, you know? Michael Jordan levels, you know? The funny part is he actually requested to be even smaller after I sent this to him. So yeah, gonna be a fun one though. So that's gonna be our first series of the day. And the new game mode, the way it works is we're gonna have an accelerated start, so 12 villager start instead of the standard 6. But there's a good reason behind that. The mode features walling and regicide. Yeah, that's right. You lose your king, you lose the game. It's gonna be one of those. Oh man, this is gonna be fun. One sec. The names tags weren't allowing them to be long enough. So we have got draft underway. Let me actually get the map pool as well as the draft aligned. The boyos are in the midst of it right now. The maps are going to show as unknown. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that. I had to custom name them because I didn't want the boys to get confused. Oh, dear, oh dear. Alright. Sorry, I got delivered a baby because apparently Emma didn't feel like doing parenting right now. She's gone to pick up Freya, so he's now just sitting down here as content as can be, about to make the biggest food mess imaginable on my floor, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, goof. Oh, dear, oh dear. Feeling bad for B going out and Master so early? I mean, it is what it is. And the new game mode is Arena mod. So the way it works is that A, you have a king, right? So that's the way you can be killed. And B, it spawns a wall around you. So for anyone who's played other Age of Empires games, this will sound very familiar. This is actually like a map-specific game mode that exists in, for example, Age of Empires 2. They have a literal map that is designed to spawn in the walls at the start, and you have a king. So, you know, me and Hussein got talking. We were like, well, what if we just like took this and like made this into its own thing as well? Like, what if we just kind of tweaked and adapted this and it was a thing? And hey, presto, he put in the work. He delivered well. And this is going to be a fun one. So, like, it's going to change the dynamics of quite a few maps. And we also have the accelerated start. So, like, the idea is to get out of the nitty-gritty slow early game into, like, the rapid mid-game faster. It does kind of kill off Dark Age play, but the fact that we're doing Regicide and you have, like, walls to begin with is kind of going to do that. So the idea is, like, with the double... Let me get that out of the way. With the double amount of villages you have at the start of the game, it's just meant to accelerate towards the, like, meaningful mid-game. I have made the boys a promise here. In the event that this turns into a very long day, because there's a risk of it, we might downgrade from a BO9 to a BO7. Does Order the Dragon also spawn with 12? Good question, Mahodo. And actually, Hussein already thought that, so he has adjusted it. So it should be every 6 villages, Order of the Dragon gets 1 less. So in this case, they'll have 11 villagers start compared to the 12 for other sims. Yeah, he caught that right at the end. Hussein's on point, man. He put a bunch of final tweaks in, just some like small fixes today, just so that we'd be ready to go. Because like this is going to be an interesting one. So like what you're going to see is like when we get in, there won't be any walls, but then the walls will spawn. And he also came up with a very creative solution to like the walls not necessarily always connecting on the corners, which you'll see. But I thought this would be very interesting, especially on like, it's weird because we got a BO9 and I want to be about the game mode. So there might be a few maps here that are a little bit weird. So I can list the maps to you guys. So we have got Hideout was one of them. Yep, I brought Hideout in. Dude, it like literally it fits if you think about it. It's exactly what Hideout looks like. So we've got King of the Hill, Gorge, Waterlanes, Relic River, Dry Arabia, Sacred Grove, Prairie, Wasteland, and Carmel. They did ban Hillendale and Hideout, which really surprised me actually. I thought that maybe Hideout wouldn't sneak through, but possibly it would because you had King of the Hill and Hideout. I'd be like, oh, Roos is just high priority pick, right? Which B did get, by the way. But the Hillendale ban is quite comical. It came from B of all people as well, which kind of shocked me. So yeah, a little bit surprised by that. But let me enter in that we're going to be starting with Carmel. Matchup to begin with on Carmel is going to be English for Kiljardi up against the Shushi. And you're a smelly boy. Ooh, you stink. Hey, in the heat, those now very soggy crisps are not very nice. Whew. I'm not sure why Emma didn't take him with her. She usually does. Anyway, so we're about a minute and a half out. What I can do is I'm going to run some ads now. Oh, wait, I can't. It already done that. So what I'll do instead is I'll start predictions up. And then I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. Dude, this is epic though. So we might actually I'll do 2 minutes. We might have what? 14 comp games today? That's pretty stacked. You guys are gonna like this though. I gotta be ready and in as well because like this is like the way it spawns is really intriguing. If you don't see it, it's like what the hell? Where'd that come from? So like we'll already be prepped and ready to pull in game straight away. But we got everything I need. Dude, you know when you feel like you're forgetting something? I'm pretty sure I haven't though. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. Dude, English on Carmel though. I think Kiljardi's reacting to the wall in. Calm down, mate. By the way, reminder guys, this is all happening courtesy of HIMS, so when you see that link, be sure to check in on it. We are doing a bunch of awareness around the weight loss solutions that they provide right now. So if you have been struggling to lose those pounds and you want a medical solution, they're a medical provider that might be able to actually get you the assistance you need. So !HIMS to check them out. And big shout out to them for making these possible. Here we go. All right, I'm going to pause it because this is some of the demand for that. One and all, we have created a brand new game mode in Age of Empires 4. And here it is. Are you ready on that minimap? Watch it. Look at it. It's spawning in the walls. This is so cool. So, a big shout out to Hussein, one of the modders in the community, for creating this. It's Arena in Age of Empires 4. And what a way to show it off as well, to feature it. We've got B up against Kiljardi, 2 top-level players in a best of 9 here, opening up on Carmel. And Carmel's, man, it's kind of funky to look at, isn't it? Yeah, like, the more I look at this, like, the design of this map is going to be very intriguing. Just because Carmel, usually you feel quite exposed, you don't have much safe wood, but there's some interesting things going on here. And 1 second, what is going on? Okay, we're going to just have to deal with the BO9 being scuffed at the moment. I'm going to message Cal and see if he can fix that. Because I will have to try and fix that in between games. But the way this works is there's a bunch of settings you can set. You can set how far away the walls start. You can also choose to have additional villages. So we've decided to accelerate the game for good reason. You get a wall in. But if anyone here has watched Arena in other Age of Empires games, you understand the other catch. There's got to be a king. There's a king inside of these TCs. Regicide mode is activated, as is an accelerated start. You start with 12 villages at the beginning of the game here. Very different style of Age of Empires 4. I'm quite intrigued to see how these two do. B did go for a more typical pick on Carmel, a map with so much deer. He went for the Sushi. But Kiljardi with the English is a bit different, man. And he is going straight for the aggro. Counter haul coming in. Yeah, you even notice like gates get placed. Now, something that is kind of funky here is you might be noticing trees on the corners. That's intentional due to some like modding limitations. For the time being, at least, what Hussein done as a creative solution to make sure you didn't have gaps in your walls is he basically, after the walls spawn, places a bunch of cherry blossom trees to block the corner so it's safe. It's pretty cool. It's a crafty little stopgap solution. This is a brand new, actually, adapted mod. This was basically like concocted and built in the last week or so was when it was released. So big shout out to him for grinding away on that. Meditation Garden coming in nice and safe. Yeah, that's interesting to think about, actually. The walls could potentially grief you sometimes, depending on the Meditation Garden desirability. This time he's going to be fine. I wonder, is Kiljardi just going to go full ham? Because, like, for anyone who knows Kiljardi, he's not really a macro gamer. It's not desirable for him to play a slow game, right? Like, you know, when you get old, you realize that every day is valuable. It could be your last. So you don't want to, like, spend additional time on things. No, you want to rush them. Half-ass the effort. Just zoom on through to the other side, if you will. Tech up, of course, complete first to B. Looking at the gold, we're definitely getting pro scouts here. Now, I wonder... You know, is there any world in which Kiljardi would do anything but full aggro? It doesn't feel like it, right? Longbows plus Spearman, like, he's committing. It's an intriguing idea, by the way, because you start with a lot more villages, you know... Technically, you're able to surge army a lot faster, whereas, you know, things like pro scouts, although they can be accelerated on the timing for Sushi, it's still a locked timing to a certain degree, right? You can only get it down to 30 seconds. You can't, you know, double that. Let's see if this works out for him. Apologies, my son is being a right loud little hooligan in the background. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Like, I'm trying to remember, back when we had... Was it Elite Classic? No, it wasn't Elite Classic. It would have been the Golden League, right? When we had Golden League, wasn't there... There was a mode where I think it was a 12 villager start, or 9. And I think English was very popular at the time for the Longbow All-In. So yeah, Kiljardi just trying to initiate with a blast from the past in game number 1. This would be big if he can get the kill here, but the Longbow is not quite going to be able to do it. So B, uncomfortably close there, I want to say. Down to 20 HP with that many sheep. That would have been disastrous to lose out on. Kiljardi already knows where he wants to go. The problem is, you kind of have to guard both sides here. So this could be a little bit awkward. 3-minute feudal age? Do people prefer that or not? So here's the thing. I would say this type of accelerated start is a good thing when you look at old Age of Empires 4. Now that we've got points of interest, maybe it's not as quintessential, though? It's a weird one, because like where point of interest should have saved us from a lot of the boredom of Dark Age and making it interesting again, it does have its weak points, right? Where like you... In some maps, have to play it. Lombos already trying to be a nuisance. Great read by Kiljardi on this. Like, the distance makes sense. It's a tough map as well. Like, starting Carmel, making English work is tricky because of the way that the walls spawn. If you're on a standard map, the goal would be out here. So, like, normal archers would be able to block it. But specifically on Carmel, because the gold vein is really close to the town center, you need something like Lombos to actually reach. Could be. Like, guys, like, wait. Did he just fast castle? 5 minutes fast castle? Alright. And straight into Shallow Monks. That's kind of bonkers. I mean, you give them 6 extra villagers, right? I wouldn't have expected it to accelerate that quickly, though. Yeah, I think the convincing factor for B was the 24 sheep. Yeah, Kiljardi. Oh my god. Did he lose the scouting game completely? Guys, he has no sheep. No wonder B just rushed castle. Like, if he didn't get this many sheep, sure, pro scouts feels quite valid. You've just been given a gift. Oh my god. What disastrous start to the series for Kiljardi. He has at least burnt through the wall, but now you're up against Castle Age. You know, I was worried, like, is this game mode going to lead to certain snowball styles? Like, you never really know what you're going to get when you introduce a new game mode. And the hilarity is, this isn't even on the new game mode. This is just on sheep RNG. Well, Longbows are doing a decent job of sniping this down, so we'll be able to deny one of the monks, and the second one can also be taken out. Needs that final hit, though. Needs that final hit. Okay, he does get it. Spin gap close. And this is where actually the body of iron's really annoying when you're trying to mass Longbows. But that's where the spinmen are going to come in clutch here. Bogs him down, buys some time. Unfortunately, we have now got the arrival of Palace Guard, and I mean, props to Kiljardi for the commitment to this, but this just feels so hard. Yeah, this is rough, folks. I mean, you've still got to now get through a new wall. He has still got the spinman to do so. He has got the attack speed aura, but it's Palace Guard. In fairness, it's only early Palace Guard. Wait, what happened here? B. Oh, yeah, he had to sneak it out. Damn, Kiljardi, this was a cool idea, but he didn't leave anyone on the gold whatsoever. Oh, this is brutal, man. With no one on the gold, that means your opponent's going to get the veterancy, and now the Longbows are going to struggle, guys. Like, he has got Steeled Arrow already, but Undermesh is already being rushed. That's going to put you down to 2 damage per shot. It won't be long before you're down to 1. Actually, in fairness, no, 7... Sorry, yeah. Remember, Longbows are higher damage, but more importantly, Palace Guard have less ranged armor, so he can do a little bit of damage here, but it's still difficult. Especially if you get grabbed, which is exactly what's going to happen. B does force Kiljardi to commit to the melee mosh pit. Longbows are working their dang hardest to try and get through this. The problem is, like, is Kiljardi trying to run B out of food? Because he's got a long way to go. Credit to him, this was like a decent trade. Longbows diving past is intriguing. I guess he was trying to idle out the gold to stop the next wave, but it's not going to be good enough. Yeah, it almost feels like what Kiljardi maybe needed was like a 4 Rax. Get a few more meta arms or spinmen in there just to bog this down. You thought they're going to be stonewalls like an A? No, dude. Like, we wanted to take a tempered approach to this to make feudal attacks still possible. So part of the logic of the walls was to slow things down enough just because of the king factor. So, like, you know, if people get blood in, you know, if they get blood red in the eyes and want to chase, you at least have a little bit of breathing space. But yeah, there is actually an option in the mod for you to choose stone walls instead. So you can do that. We also allow up to 20 additional starting villages. And we also, there is something in there that Hussein's working on that will spawn point of interest on any map in the game. But it needs a bit of refinement currently. Because currently it will spawn them all in the center. Kiljardi now having to retreat the Longbows. I mean, I know he's allergic to the idea of macro, but at some point, you have to castle here. The good news is, because you've got walls up already, you can just stand here and slowly snipe down the PG. The crazy part is if B just checks the backside, he has an easy win condition, because this is the only thing really keeping Kiljardi alive. He doesn't have any farms. Oh my god, it takes so long to kill one of these. Like, please, just die. Wall's going to break soon as well. Yep. And he's only started to get the men-at-arms out now. There's not many of them yet. This is at least going to help him with the defense because now he's got the attack speed buffer, but he needs to actually throw something in front of these guys. Oh, this is a rough one. Men-at-arms now clashing with the upgraded Palace Guard. Can he survive this? I mean, B's going to be trickling troops soon. In fairness, the TC fire would go big, but the problem is Kiljardi doesn't have anyone in the town center. So he hasn't got that rapid fire coming out. In fairness, though, it means he has no idle villagers either. He has ended up losing to amongst all this, but is good enough to push him back, and Kiljardi will hold. Not just that, where did these guys come from? Wait, what? Cheeky Git snuck 5 in. Unfortunately for him, B was quick to react, so dodged the bullet. Won't be able to find any kills. And B has found everything he needs. It's a 5 relic game. I mean, where do you go from here is Kiljardi, right? Is he just gonna... This is the most Kiljardi thing ever. Oh man, it looks like I've lost the game. I've been behind an age for like 5 minutes now. Oh, well, you know, what's 5 more minutes of being behind an age? This old man Kiljardi is wise. He realizes that seeking a higher age isn't always a good thing. It brings with it bad things, like having to pay taxes and arthritis. It looks like we are starting to see some worker kills now, so Kiljardi is going to need to get a lot more than that due to the fact it's 5 relics. I like the way he just keeps exploiting the flanks on the map, and also now, flank maneuver coming in towards the villagers. Be quick on the pull away, though. Oh, one of them did get lost on the way, though. We do have him sneaking ball north side. Remember, Carmel has a lot of food on both flanks, and the problem for Kiljardi with his army is actually it's very immobile. Yeah, also, remember, when he had that defense, he had the TC fire, he had the trickle of enemy troops coming in, he had the attack speed buffer. He's missing the attack speed buffer and the TC, but B, admittedly, is trickling troops. Not a good sign. Really, for Kiljardi, he just wants to try to delay melee engagements as much as possible to maximize his range damage. And I don't know where that guy's going. Are there flank attacks coming in, though? No, B, he's switching gear. He's going after the economy. He's going to find it at multiple locations. So while he keeps the army bogged down here and trades out, he goes to dive in and he even actually... Wait, what? He goes for a forward outpost on top of the deer. Yeah, you know, because, like, I've got my own deer over here, but there's something much more tasty about yours. What is going on in this game? Oh, this is what we love about B, man. It always just feels like he's having a good time when he's playing. Well, this game might not be over as clearly as you'd think. No, it feels pretty bad right now. Like, Kiljardi, he's put up a good fight, but you're out of food now, right? Like, you have no sheep in your base. You got limited room to build farms. He's on berries as English. Would you like to ask English mains what they think of berries? This right here is a nuisance. This is griefing by the map. It's in the way of my farms. Lombos are slowly retreating and taking out Pass Guard on the way, though. And keep in mind, B might be in need of extra food source reach soon. He's out of the sheep. He has got the boar, but that means he's now playing risky economy. Really changes your approach to a game when that starts to happen. And the villages, B! Oh, come on. The hand cannon slits? No, it's just going to be straight up Springolds. Fortifications come through. Kiljardi, what is going on? All right, this game is completely unhinged. He's gathering deer underneath double enemy outpost. You can't make any of this up. He's like, oh, wait, that might actually be a bad idea. Bye. I think that was a return to work that griefed him, maybe? But yeah, now if Kiljardi wants these outposts gone, it's going to have to be Rams. Oh, God. And yeah, Rams it will be. Siege Engineering just got queued up. Lombos are going to try to intercept some of the reinforcements. Really, the worst thing that could happen for Kiljardi is if B gets all of his boys together. I am kind of shocked it's not over yet, but it does also just feel like B is somewhat memeing. Kiljardi, that wasn't AFK. That was just the reaction speed of a 90-year-old pensioner. He is going to turn around now for the clash. You ever wonder if they're just all chat typing? Have we played the game long enough? Question mark. Yeah, like, this has been an experimentation gone wrong for Kiljardi, right? So, like, admittedly, he's trying to find a recovery arc, but it's just so hard now. The sacred sites are locked in. The timer is ticking. It looks like that is at least going to be stopped, but yeah, what Kiljardi really needs is kills. His Lombo group, they could do a lot of work if they find the right angle. Yeah, they could sneak all the way around the back. Villagers from Kiljardi are also going to get stuck in the mud. Pass Guard taking them down. We'll get back behind the walls now. But, you know, while Kiljardi remains in feudal age, B takes a trek back to it by building the Jiangnan Tower now. This raid... Oh, this could deliver a big blow. 26 villages, half of B's economy is up here. Kiljardi doesn't believe in wheelbarrow. I mean, why would he believe in wheelbarrow? He's only walking all the way out to the deer, then all the way back into his base. You know, in my days, you didn't get a wheelbarrow for that, okay? You just carried all those things in your hands. Lazy beggars. Lombos. Ooh, it's not just the deer. B was setting up the granaries over here. Textiles is going to make his life a living hell to try and find kills, though. Gold also getting harassed on the flanks. Kiljardi, yeah, has finally his English decided that farms might feel pretty good. Recently buffed farms at that, remember? Unfortunately, these Lombos, just a few pass guard is really all it would take to bog them down. Kiljardi has the right idea. He is chasing after the workers, and a lot of workers could end up idle over here. Second TC. Okay. So this is like turning into a macro game, and I don't really think it even needed to. Is this just the English effect? Them just being very hard to dive, maybe? He's going to find the TC being built, so Lombo's going to snipe down. And reminder, Kiljardi is almost ready for Castle Age. He can go for the town center landmark. Yeah, so although things look a little bit grim... Okay, let's not delude ourselves, guys. There's 20 Skyler in the base. Oh, disastrous start to the series for Kiljardi. It feels like this one was carved out and destined the moment he failed to bar a single sheep home. Oh, God. Poor Kiljardi. I feel bad, man. That was a painful sheep spawn. Okay, so next up we have got Sacred Grove. Hopefully, a strike back for poor Kiljardi. Because that one was pretty brutal to watch. So Sacred Grove. Oh no, that's right. Cal still has, for some reason, never added Sacred Grove. Don't know why. And in fact, let me just double check something. Yep. We've got Arena now in Age of Empires 4. I imagine, especially for casuals, this is going to be a happy big deal, right? Like, I think casuals in particular would really enjoy this change. One sec. Is there a way to hide map name and format on in-game overlay? You have the same mic arm as me? You got the Elgato? You got an Elgato? Got the low profile one? Dude, I'm loaded up the wazoo of Elgato. By the way, guys, Prime Day ends today. If you want to get yourself some Elgato discounts, they've got as much as 40% off on some things. I can highly recommend them, right? I use the Wave XLR. I've got the capture card here, which allows us to link in two PC setup. You can use this for things like the Nintendo Switch you want to stream. We've also got the Stream Deck. We've got the boom arm from Elgato. And the webcams also. We've got the 4K webcam Pro there, as well as the standard 1080p behind me. Exclamation mark Elgato, I believe, will take you where you want to go. Was Arena one of the first mods in AoE4? I don't recall that. My mom on the stream? Yeah, she was here earlier. Oh, wait, no, it's just... Yeah. No, my mom was here as well. She was meant to be going to an Ed Sheeran concert tomorrow, but isn't going to be now. She bailed out on everyone. Outrageous. All right, let's get ready to go, though. Oh, got you. There's an arena map. Yeah, no. This works on every map. All right, you ready? I love this every time. You know how you begin this one. Welcome to the Wall-In Championship for Age of Empires 4. We've got B and Kiljardi setting new records. No, seriously, like... Oh, this is awesome. One and all, welcome back to the channel for our very special representation of a brand new game mode, but a classic from Age of Empires. Arena mode has been added to Age of Empires 4. That's right. You don't have to worry about walling yourself in anymore, and your friend criticizing you for dying to a single knight because you didn't build walls. Now the game will do it for you. And it's even doing it for the pros. B and Kiljardi, now into game number 2. And we also have Regicide mode, and Kiljardi apparently is resonating with this king because his RL movement speed is actually the same. Yeah, so cool thing here, with the arena mode, you not only wall yourself in, we've given them an additional 6 villages to start the game with, and there's a king. Should you lose him, you lose the game. And I love this from Kiljardi. This is really smart. This is actually so cool. So what he's done is he's moving out to scout the sheep, because in game number 1 of this best of 9, Kiljardi got wrecked. He lost the sheep game entirely. Grandpa got 1 sheep, I think it was. Maybe 2. Nothing off of a map that had plenty on it. So this time around, things are going a little bit better. Interesting that... Wait, so why is he running all the way down here like this? And the scout went so deep already. So in terms of civs, by the way, we're going to be getting Knights Templar versus Japanese on Sacred Grove. Dude, you can tell these two are having fun, right? Like, Knights Templar on this map? Why? Why would you ever do that? Well, B is vibing. We've got a map that has a trade post, and there's a brand new build going around amongst the KT players. It's Knights Hospitalier time. Oh, the Knights Hospitalier is so good as well, guys. It's just basically wheelbarrow for free, and then you get wheelbarrow on top of it. You pretty much, at that point, have got the Mongol landmark effect. I think you'd lose to 1 knight in arena mode? No, I'm saying arena mode would stop you from losing to 1 knight. I like that you clarify that you would definitely lose otherwise, though. Kuristowa's coming in on the other side from Kiljardi is pretty standard. I'm a bit gutted, though. You know, if there's any format where you could catch your opponent off guard with Shinobi, you know? Like, just, like, the problem is the Civ, right? Like, you know Knights Templar want a reason to build archers. So if it was a different Civ, it would have been epic to see Shinobi here. It just makes sense why we don't. And Kiljardi, I think, was he trying to scout where the deer are? Maybe for a pro scout game. Don't die to a literal wolf. 1 wolf. And wait, did he... I think he pulled back early there. Kiljardi actually doesn't get that many sheep off this side. So in the end, though, I think he did get the lead. Yeah, 10 sheep for Kiljardi, 10 for B. So, like, I mean, I say he gets the lead, but what you have to realize is last game, this guy literally got, like, less than 5% of the sheep on the map. It was brutal to witness. And wait, do we not have predictions up? We should fix that. There we go. So, Predicky's online. Get your guesses in. The cool thing about this game mode, by the way, is really its ability to amplify and rush you into the mid-game with the way we set it up. Like the double villager start, but also I think the cool thing is you have this extra risk when you get into the later game, where it's not as cut and dry as it normally is with a meat grinder. Now there's a strategic element of trying to go for those king snipes that I, for one, I'm quite excited to see. Oh, and big shout out to Cow. I think he has just updated our overlay. Like a legend. Nope. What's that? Let me refresh cache twice. Alright, it's not working. Yeah, apologies. We've got a slight whoops in the placement. Alright, we'll come back to that later. So we have got pilgrims coming through now. B, he is going into the Templars. The Hospitalier are on the way. And Kiljardi's response is actually pretty good, guys. Like, actually, this is probably the only men-at-arms in the game that dies to Yumi. Just process that for a second. I'm not even capping. These guys have 1 ranged armor by default. Yeah, so Kiljardi actually has the correct answer. And bulking Yumi is a really good position to be in as Japan anyway. What a cool game. Oh, Cow, you know what it is? Make sure you're updating the HIMS overlay scene. That might be why. Remember, this is the HIMS one. Knock at the door, but Villager can easily repair that. Like, this is the tricky thing with just going melee like this. And the cool thing is, because he's prepping Yumi so early, you don't reach that flood point where the dam breaks, right? Where there's like 20 plus Templar boys here. The healing is cool, but in theory anyway, the Yumi spam should be quick enough to shut this down. And Kiljardi, man, he's cheeky. Look at what he's doing, guys. He's not... Actually, I guess you could call this rushing castle age. It just looks like it's rushing, even though it's not technically rushing, because you have the extra villager start. Yumi's going to be able to chase B away. He's still investing into more Hospitaller here. He's also playing out into the flanks on the deer, which is risky now that your opponent has counterplayed you with Yumi. Means B might need to consider going into Horseman, which actually benefits Kiljardi with this castle rush. Yeah, very different dynamic, actually, with the feudal healing here compared to if the walls weren't there, right? Then again, you could argue there'd just be an outpost, but then again, like, if you're healing through the outpost attacking, then all you're doing is idling enemy villages, which is worth it. B, he does actually sidestep now into Archer himself. I guess this is a nice thing about Knights Templar trade. Knights Templar trade never dies to wolves. Because these are their traders, right? But unlike when you're playing another sim, you build actual traders, they keep coming back and forth and dying eventually. Whereas these guys just need that health bar to last one way. It most definitely does when you've got Hospitaller on top of that. Reminder, the movement speed buff that they introduced recently to KT does indeed apply to Pilgrims as well. Although it might not be quick enough to outrun the arrows being shot at your face. No, the panic run is not going to work out here. Nicely read by Kiljardi. Perfect time to intercept the double Pilgrim. Man, he just camp here now. B's going to start marching forward again. The age up is already on the way, and additional Yumi are being added in. Alright, this is the Kiljardi we came to see. He's looking a lot better in this game now. G1, genuinely, like, I'm a bit butthurt as someone who organized a show match, because, like, in my eyes, what happened in game 1 is that Sheep RNG ruined a really cool mod introduction. This is looking a lot better, a lot more even potential. Buffer on the walls is coming in. But the Yumi are now buffed further. The healing's going to be good enough, and that's mainly because Kiljardi chose to intercept the Pilgrims. But he can just keep repairing here. Like, you shouldn't really be able to break in. It is costing him more eco to do so, but it's worth the wait. And now floating gate drop is going to be straight into stables. I imagine we're just going to be looking straight up Mount Samurai. I mean, why not? You could technically a horseman, but why would you ever do that? It's like saying, I've rushed castle. I can build scouts. Yes, but why would we? Archers was a cool idea to start intercepting the villages. So, other cool thing in this mode, by the way, you guys should check it out yourself. It's called Arena. You can set the distance from the TC at which palisade will spawn. I went in and specifically chose 10 for this reason to have the gold at a harassable point for outpost rushes or archers. So yeah, that was a conscious thought here. And apparently one that B's trying to take advantage of. And what the Why? Why? Why are we getting Kingdom of Castile, B? No, this is the forbidden. Genitors, the javelins on horseback, which just makes absolutely no sense in any game in the eyes of all pros. Oh my god. What on earth? Look at the map layout. I mean, sort of, right? It's around neutral territory of the sacred sites. I get where you're coming from, but the problem is, like, the unit itself is completely worthless. I guess he could just try and lean into, like, Templar Brother himself. Like, Templar Brothers aren't terrible into the Mount Samurai. But no, he's legitimately building them. And you know what the best part is? The chat's like, you just ignore the unit. Really? Because I'm seeing him actively build them right now. And I'm getting concerned. Oh my god, what is B up to? Well, this is looking perfect for Kiljardi. I mean, sure, the Yumi will get countered by Genitors, but who cares? They're a low value investment anyway. Templar Brothers have at least been upgraded now, so they're fairly tanky themselves, 170 HP. Remember, these guys have less armor than a normal men-at-arms, but more health. So it balances out quite nicely, especially with the slightly quicker movement speed. Yeah, they have kind of like a unique quirk about them comparative to like Palace Guard's specific role. Not as quick at raiding, but obviously more health, and then they do have the added benefit of healing each other, which he's trying to use right now, but I don't know if this is going to work, man. He already went for arrow slits. There's no spring placement coming. He will also be able to get the fortification in. That will protect the villagers, but Kiljardi is just skinning him alive. The Pilgrim denials as well as worker kills are starting to stack up. He has, by some miracle, snuck the Pilgrims in here. Now, something to keep in mind, the reason why I chose Sacred Grove here, I thought would be really cool for this detail here of where the wolves spawn. You can very easily cut off rotations if you feel threatened. B, never chose to. No, instead, we've just got massing of genitals underway. And this is the underwhelming part. Like, they just sniped Yumi like there's no tomorrow, right? Fantastic for that. 16 damage there. However, attacking him out at Samurai, you now do 1 damage per shot. Because your base damage is that low. It's 5. Yeah, I think this is like the big conundrum with the Genitor, is like it being a Castle Age unit makes no sense with how low its base damage is. You get where I'm coming from? Like, in Castle Age, you get access to usually across-the-board units that have 4 armor. Men-at-arms, knights, etc. So, you can't really have Genitors in Feudal Age. Like, the idea of a ranged cav unit that is easily spammable, that counts ranged in Feudal, is kind of silly. But in Castle, it feels very out of place. At this point, heavy spears are way better. You make it sound like there's a point where heavy spears wouldn't be better. In fairness, though, like, he does have this buff now when he fights near the sacred sites, remember? He gets the bonus damage as well as healing. It's basically Kurotai static in 3 locations. And we have got the crossbows plus the Hospitalier starting to stack up further. Yeah, honestly, like, the Mountain Samurai is a bit weird in Arena. It's not that they're bad, it's just some of their punch gets taken away because you very much struggle to get in and attack, right, with this type of format. Like, how are you meant to actually break into this base? It takes effort, it takes a lot of time, and that means crossbow defenses, in theory, should be a lot more effective here. Kiljardi, I think he's just taking a calculated approach here. It looks like a 5 relic game. He could even go for a Yorishiro drop in the TC. He's even adding in additional farms now, so he understands where this is likely to trend. Now, in fairness to B, these Genitors do have 6.5 tower range. They can actually snipe over the walls quite easily. In fairness to B, if you get 10 of these, they can actually guarantee a working kill, Kappa. Yeah, it depends on the ranged armor values, but like technically 10 is a good number to have. Really expensive to try and scale up to 10 though, right? 120 resources per. John Dark minus tier for this? Wait, what? No, D minus? No way. Why would you say that? Just get a ram, break some walls, kill them. I think often people forget that rams destroy wooden walls. Remember, rams specifically have double damage against walls. A weird bonus tag, but it works. Villagers now sneaking out towards the ball. Did that get seen? That did. Oh my god, Kiljardi was in perfect position. So he already knows about that. It's one thing to know, though, and it's another thing to reach. Do you see the problem now with this info Kiljardi just got? He's on the completely wrong side of the map. God, yeah, this creates kind of like a hidden valley dynamic in some ways, doesn't it? But you at least have ways through. You just have to brute force your way through. Whereas on that map, if you guys remember Hidden Valley, it's just a giant cliff that you can't do anything about. Spearman crossbows are showing up to a very unfair fight here. Even with the buff, that's not going to be good enough. Kiljardi's doing a good job of actually just scaling to the point he has 2 threatening attack points at once. But hold on a second. Wait, no. Is that... Are you kidding me? Are you... And I don't think he saw... Oh my god. I don't think he had that scouted. It didn't look like it. Kiljardi, he gambled and hit the jackpot. That was ridiculous. I am outraged for B on that one. I cannot believe Kiljardi just got away with that. Ridiculous. 10 Mount Samurai. He would have lost at least half of them. It's not a fight that he would have felt good about winning either, right? The Spearman plus the tanky Hospitaller and a core comp of Crossbowman. Now we've got a raid in towards where he was trying to activate the Cavity on the front side. Sacred Site is starting to get blocked out. Kiljardi's just starving away the trade options, right? He can't Pilgrim if the Sacred Sites are captured. And Kiljardi apparently wants to show off his better horse archer. Like, wait, what? Why? Good guy Kiljardi is trying to give B a reason to build Genitors. What a lovely guy. Mount Samurai are going to fail to break the outpost. We're still only looking at 1 TC for B, but he's really not that far behind. Has Kiljardi been skipping worker production? Because, like, the math doesn't align here, folks. Remember, B should be down without any worker kills. He should have been down by 5 workers due to tech ups. But, like, so he should be down 5 workers and then an extra 10. So he should be down 15. He's only down 6. All right, Kiljardi trying to keep the game interesting. What you have to realize about Kiljardi, guys, is most people think, oh yeah, more villagers means like I'm investing in my future. You know, like I put it all in a savings account now. I pull it out in 20 years because those villagers, they're going to produce, they're going to give me resources. Kiljardi's mindset is different, all right? He just wants to go down to the local gambler scene. You know, he wants to hit up the casino, put it all in black. The thing about this concept of like you invest, you get it later, it's great. But like if I invest in villages now, that's less military units I have to kill your villages, right? It's a mental perspective. If I build more knights and that kills more of your workers, did I really need more workers? Kiljardi's a genius. He's going to need to be. Because it would almost be embarrassing to lose to Genitors, I feel like. Have we ever watched someone lose to Genitors? I don't think so. This would actually be a first if it happens. And in tournament play, especially, it never happens. Yeah, so hate to light the pressure on it. But he should maybe be a teensy bit concerned. Alright, I'm going to get rid of... One second, I'm going to do this. Because that lower border... Sorry, I was getting tilted. The BO9 was out of place. There we go. Okay, Wall's coming in. Kiljardi. Wait, is he going Imperial Age? I believe he is. And yeah, like, actually, in fairness, the interesting thing about what B done is he chose the theoretical epic bonus. Hospitaller into Kingdom of Castile. Remember, Hospitaller, we talked about the extra health that you get on civilian units and the movement speed. It's often forgotten about the increased healing, the 30% increased healing. Well, that affects any healing source, which includes Sacred Sites. So you actually get additional healing off of the Sacred Site healing. So there is this compounded effect between the two. Kiljardi. He's being forced to retreat. He tried to get a bit too cheeky with the walls. Is discovering that B's been walling him behind, but did catch it before it completed, so nicely done there. One thing that's interesting, actually, about Knights Templar in this game mode is because the corners spawn a bunch of trees, technically Knights Templar handles this very well compared to most other civs, I'd say. Just because of how good they are at just moving out to new tree lines, munching through them, etc. Oh, I don't think I ever checked the predictions either. 60% for B. Okay, so a lot of people actually believing in Kiljardi. I mean, in fairness, the point in the game where people probably started gambling on him, it was looking pretty solid for the Finn. More fortresses from B. Yeah, he's actually starting to, I don't want to say snowball it, but he's getting to a sturdy count, right? Second one's coming in, so that's locking in the flanks. Problem is, now with Japan rushing into Imperial Age, Kiljardi actually has the right idea with this. Like, the reason why you want to go into Imp is it enables you to then get into cannons, right? Cannons, the quick way of answering these castles. Did he ever go treasure towers? I mean, he has it available, but didn't choose to go for it. He's going to look to actually get a monk out to capture this eventually. And remember, we've, down the line, got things like fanaticism that I'm quite excited to see here, to see how that can impact. After what we've been seeing in recent late games of Templar, I think fanaticism is like a heavily effective part of the gameplay that is subtle, right? You just don't really register just how good it is. Full upgrades coming in from Kiljardi. Elite techs as well as the Domaru armor to get new Mount Samurai faster. Tanegashima Gunsmith on the front side may have been a little bit ambitious though. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one actually. I mean, it's hard to kill in fairness to him. Problem is he's now fighting over a sacred site. That's the worst thing you can do here. Look at the damage buff. 20% more. These crossbows hit for 16. Don't get me started. In the Hospitaller. Notable damage buffer there up to 14. He's going to go in for the clash. Kiljardi, his army is a lie, really. It's mostly just Yumi. Even though they're elited up, they're going to kind of perform comparative to a castle unit as a result of the inherent weakness of them, which is why you're seeing B trade blow for blow into this. Ankanis are starting to get queued up by Kiljardi, though. No wonder, does B need to kind of reset now? The other problem is he started to kill the Yumi, which means there's a double buff coming into effect. Luckily, he did sweep through both of them. I think that was maybe a misclick by Kiljardi. He pulled the Yumi back, but he didn't pull the Yumi Bannerman back. Now he's kind of left to deal with Genitals, which this is sucky, right? They have 6 ranged armor. It's not the thing you want to be targeting into. Hospitaller are going to go for the dive, but might be more effective to go for the worker kills. No, he doesn't have time, so has to back away. Behind this, we have had Pilgrims continuing to come through, so gold is inflating nicely for B. And he's scaling more into Genitals. What is going on in this game? I feel like for the safety of someone's hairline, Genital can't win. Because if people watch Genital win this, they're probably just going to run into the bathroom screaming and pull out like a razor and buzz cut themselves. They can't be allowed to win. Like, come on, nah, there's no way. He's starting to make a farm transition, but the problem is, you just, I don't even want to say drew the fight, you did kind of lose it. Your opponent got away with the age up, he's got all the upgrades coming through, he's got hand cannons this time. And you're choosing the tech, or sidestep rather, into farms now. This is dangerous. And Kiljardi, you know, if there's anything we can say about this man, it's that he has no chill. He will not sit back when he sees an opportunity. Castle drops coming in. He could even just simply raid into the pilgrimage. Because it's not actually guarded well, right? He's got the fortress on the sacred site, but there's a giant gap here. Push coming in, this time now with the bombards. That means also productions are going to start hitting the floor, which is tragic for B, really, because it means he can build less Genitors. Wait a second, that might be a good thing. I mean, technically, Genitors are decent against hand cannoneers. You can keep the distance. But I use the word technically, and as you guys know, whenever you have to use the word technically, it means it's full of crap. Like, you just got off on a technicality. Oh no, not the scary Genitors. What will we do? What if we just walked away and then turned around with guns and samurai? And rocket launchers. Rocket launchers beat javelins, yeah. Oh, that's brutal. Because his castle locked, basically this castle will kill any of his units that come in range. Like, nothing that B is producing right now has more HP to take a second shot. I feel like the only way B wins this is if Kiljardi slow rolls it. And guys, he's not slow rolling it really. He's prepping hand cannoneers, so he's getting ready for the full attack. It's just he's being smart about it. Like, why would you rush into this base and give your opponent a decent trade? Where you can just, like, slowly burn him down. Like, it's almost as if he's trying to bait B to go for something greedy. Japan castles are a big bait in late game? Well, I can see where you're coming from when both players are Imperial Age, but when one player's locked Castle Age, Japanese castles are insanely good. It's kind of do or die because there's another castle coming in. Kiljardi gets right up in his face. And wow, it's a good thing he's got all these Genitor to kill those villagers. They're not going to kill them. They take way too long. It looks like he's trying to snipe down the hand cannoneers, but I feel like the samurai are just going to plow on through here. The crossbow count is not good enough. Kiljardi is going to lock it up. 1-1, baby. And all it took was his opponent going Genitor. No, in fairness to Kiljardi, he got this locked in much earlier than that. Big GG's coming out. The Finn stands firm and lets us know he is not going to be bullied around in this show match. Nicely played to Mr. Kiljardi. So we do have a second point on the board for the Finn. Golf clappers. That's what we love to see. Or rather, first point, as in, yeah, my brain. So that was Japanese versus Knights Templar. Knights Templar are a really powerful pick to be punted away as well. A little bit rough. And up next, oh boy. Waterlanes. And yeah, I asked for the villager start because I thought it makes sense with the way that it is all designed. That it would actually make for a better experience that way. All right, so we've got Mongols versus Ayu coming up next. Okay. Wonder what B is up to. Is he just going to try to outpost rush him? So Waterlanes is an interesting map. Basically, you start on a central lane together, and there's water separating the other lanes. It's not really a map that I'd say ends up being about the water as much as just the hop outs, right? Like, water can matter, and that if you don't actually give it any attention, you can't reach the outer islands. But my feeling when I first tried this map is that it's like a rush map. You try to rush your opponent early on. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing here out of B, funnily enough, against Kiljardi. Oh. My tooth feels really weird. Dude, my tooth is so roughed up. I need to go see a dentist, but I'm out of the country next week, so I don't know when I'm going to get to. By the way, guys, if you need some other form of medical assistance, a reminder that these show matches are made possible by the wonderful people over at HIMS. That's right, we've been working with them together now for 3 months. Right now, we talked about the weight loss and the ability to get your hands on this all remotely. So the cool thing about HIMS is they're a medical provider that does it all over the phone. Well, I say over the phone, it's actually over the internet. You come over here, you fill out this form, you choose how you're feeling, like what is your goals, how much do you want to lose, and then they can make recommendations on medical medical products that you can actually get your hands on. So really cool, really easy to do from home. It doesn't require you to go to a doctor's and go through meticulous multiple sources to get the assistance you need. I know in some cases as well, like these type of services may be the only option for people if they get denied by a doctor for whatever reason. Like especially in my country where we have free healthcare, but also you have to convince the doctor to give it to you. This can maybe be a lifesaver. So if you are, whether it be in need of uppity pills, rejuvenation pills for your hairline, or in this case, what we're talking about this month, a way of maybe slimming down because the other strategies aren't working, definitely give HIMS a check out. It might be the solution for you. Make sure you do all your research. I always recommend that because we are talking about medical services at the end of the day. And if it's right for you, be sure to use our link and go check it out so they know that I sent you. Alrighty then. Let me go ahead and bring that back over. So we're 20 seconds away now. Wait, how have I ended up with another... Opera's an interesting one when you pull tabs. Anyway, it's almost time. Oh, can we get predictions going? I guess I can do that. G3. There we go. Alright, let's go. Tired of having to build those walls? Find it tedious, boring, and a waste of your APM? I got a game mode that might solve that for you. Welcome back to our show match featuring the brand new arena mode. That's right, folks. This game mode builds the base for you, and it does it in a very aligned way. Look at that. Oh, even adds in the gates. Yeah, big shout out to Hussein, who actually modded this into the game. And can you believe this? Are you seeing that right? Mongols have got walls. Yeah. No, I'm not making this up. Mongols have a way of actually getting their hands on walls for once in Age of Empires 4. You could try this yourself, by the way. It's on the mod store. You can even choose to use stone walls instead. Now, Mongols have been looking pretty good with these fast imp builds. If you fix their one weakness and give them walls, technically they're OP. Like, there's no doubt about it. So there we go. This is just a B win. Map is going to be Waterlanes, by the way. Very interesting one. You probably remember me hyping this up at the start of the year, and then we didn't really see any of it because it was a map designed for team games. In team games, players spawn on each lane. So you almost just have your 1v1s and then you leak over. Here, 1v1, you spawn in the center, and then you have the outskirt islands where all of the big golds are. So like at some point, you're going to have to think about moving out to these areas. But I figured with Mongol and Ibids, like what these two players, playstyle-wise at least, and civ pick-wise at least, might be considering is how do I just send it into the enemy base? Another thing that we've done very interesting with this game mode, so classic one here, Arena from Age of Empires, we've added in Kings. So if anyone watches other Age of Empires scenes, this look familiar, because for example, Age of Empires 2, I remember the Garrison at the start of the year had an epic King Snipe game from Hera. And I thought, wow, that's actually cool. Why don't we use Regicide in any of our tournament formats? Not as every single game, but as part of it. Now, we've designed this show match to be every single map will use Arena and the Kings. But it's almost more like an adventureful process to find out what maps would make most sense for it to exist on. Kiljardi now with the advancement wing, so he's focusing on the water side. B went Deerstone onto Deer Gathering. His walls also are a bit weirder compared to his opponents. And I wonder, like, what the goal is for Kiljardi. Is he just thinking about rushing out to an island side? No, dude, I didn't want to say it. Like, Iabits are doing trades? All right, color me surprised. So this is one thing that's very interesting about Waterlanes is the trade posts. There are trade posts right next to your base, which means if you want to trade, you have to trade all the way across map to the enemy side on a very straight and fairly narrow canal. Which makes it very difficult to do, because if B sees it, he can then try to prep a reaction and just block it. But advancement trade ships is not something I would have expected. That is wild. This is probably the only time we're ever going to see this. As in advancement into trade ships. You see trade ships all the time, right? Especially on Waterlanes, but I don't think I've ever seen an IBID player do this. Unbelievable. B, he's just straight up rushing castle. Wait, is this an imp rush build versus trade? Okay, now we're just in Strange Town Central. Because, like, the other thing about imp rushing here is, like, usually you do step readout with this type of builds. I think Mongols are at quite a big disadvantage on this map with step readout. You have no way of getting your step readout to the outer islands if you build in the center. Which means you're gonna, at this rate, get, 3,000 gold with 50% extra maximum, right? So your step readout's value would be 1,500 gold in the entire game. That's not very good. And he isn't aware of it at all. No, B's now moving across, but like he hasn't actually scouted for the docks whatsoever. Yeah, I'm getting a bad feeling. Like, is this really worth it? I mean, in fairness, the imp timing should be nuts. Like, new record's about to be set, you know? The Khan's going to be a little bit annoying. By the way, this was an intentional choice of distance. You see what we're talking about? Where, like, in this mod, you can choose how far away the walls spawn. We wanted it at the right distance where, like, archers can actually harass external resources. Like, the walls may seem like they encourage campy gameplay, but I also wanted it to almost be like a false sense of security so that you can still actually be punished for being too greedy. The reason why we're not seeing ultimate punishment here is both players are technically being very greedy. Although now, Kiljardi is following it up with aggro. So Desiree spam with trade. It's actually quite smart. Yeah, because food, wood, and gold is your requirement. And remember, with the Iobid trade chips, or in trade chips in general, right, you get wood and gold. So it ticks 2 of the 3 components you need to mass desert raiders. Like, technically, this is the best situation to mass desert raiders in. Yeah, this is going to be problematic. Remember, B cannot build walls once they go down. So if this gate falls, it's gone. And the problem is, because it's desert raiders, he has no real way of stopping it from being sieged. Because he'll die trying to repair it. It's probably the archery range, but I wonder if this should have been prepped a little bit sooner. It's got the step readout gathering underway, and imagine we're looking at what? Just like crossbow defense? Would make sense, especially with step readout, you have all the extra gold. Speaking of the extra gold, Kiljardi now up to 4 trade chips. Mate, he's loving life at this point. And no, Mongols cannot make walls in this game mode. It's just the walls spawn at the start. So every civ, you know, is put on equal footing. Even if they weren't all born equally in B. What? Okay, I thought it'd be crossbowman just because static defense, but he's going Mangadai. Mangadai is a curious choice into massings of desert raiders at this type of pace. I don't know if he knows about the trade. No, I think he's still not seen it. Because think about what's happening here. Like, this is an intentional harassment. Kiljardi is attacking the west side so that B can't actually see the trade at all. The Khan has never ran far enough in to see it. Now the desert raiders are going to happily run into the base. B, it's not looking good. His food is underwhelming. I mean, he's got 8 sheep left. Can't touch the sheep forever. You have to switch over to something else. And, like, you know, the berries, the deer, they're all exposed. There's no fishing to speak of. He has a huge problem. Even the tree line, man, is kind of not that great with his positioning. His position is about to get a hell of a lot worse with military wing reinforcement now on the way for Kiljardi. God. Alright, guys. This kind of sucks. B's PC crashed. So we're going to have to go next. That's annoying. Yeah, he hasn't even asked for a remake. He just straight up said go next. Damn it. Well, that's a shame. I mean, he was in a really bad position here, to be honest with you. Like, the path to recovery here would have been... Like, would it have been that impossible? I think so because of the food. He's down to 3 sheep. Like, he'd need a lot more food to work with. He could technically just sell the gold for food, but, like, that has limitations, right? You only have less than 2k gold left to work with. That's a really unfortunate way for things to end, though. Damn it. Not impossible under 10%. I'd say like 20%. But yeah, there it is. Oh, that's a sucky way for the game to end. Sorry about that, guys. I mean, is this like the I'm once again asking if we can please get a reconnect added to Age of Empires 4? Could you imagine? Oh, it's such a shame we still don't have it, actually. But the boys are hopping for the next one, so we'll mark that up as the Kiljardi dub. A little bit of an underwhelming end. But I have a feeling we might be evening up on the scoreline here, considering the next game is King of the Hill, and B has got Roos. Roos are really good on King of the Hill. Like, if you ask most people, they'll put them as, like, the S-tier Civ, the most scary Civ in the game, right? All right, looks like we've got a few minutes until we're in game. I'm going to quickly try to fix the overlay while we've got a second. Let's see if that will work. So... why is this not working? I'm starting to wonder if, like, Cal accidentally edited the wrong scene. No, I'll have to look at it after stream, I guess. Basically, whoopsie. Basically, we've altered some of our scenes now because we've just, like, we used to have to rescale the minimap, but then, like, I never updated my scenes after Capture Age actually added a size change. So now I've, like, been updating them. Yeah, delete the predictions for that one. It's not fair to count it. It was a crash. Yeah, a little bit of an underwhelming way. I think Roos and Byzantines, though, is like a matchup that usually delivers quite a cool game, though. It can be really quick to end if the Byzantine player all-ins with, like, Javelin timing and Kira Siphons, but, like, this map is very hard to do that on, I think, just because the very defensive corner nature, and even more so because of the fact it's going to wall you in. Let's get some caffeine in me. Save and resume function like Age of Myth. I think the problem is, like, it wasn't built into the game by default, so to get it into the game now is incredibly difficult, right? Because that's, like, there's a lot of tech cost there that it's very hard to sell publishers on doing because it's not new features, right? Like, we know it adds value to the game, and we can actually explain it, but, like, in their eyes, like, well, it's not something shiny and new that people now buy, you know? All right, there we go. A hippo game? On King of the Hill? Are you okay? I mean, hippo on King of the Hill is kind of nuts. You're a little bit crazy for even suggesting that, and I think you know that. You may be reaching slightly with that suggestion. Yeah, King of the Hill is not really the map that I would expect or recommend for that. Like, especially considering, like, Merc timing is just so powerful. Because, like, remember, in this matchup, like, Javelins can actually end the game really quickly. Technically, you could argue Horseman does the same against Horse Archers, but, like, in a way, I kind of feel like Horseman is more easy for a Roos Fast Castle Boy to answer. Just by, like, spear blobbing, right? And you can even preemptively do that. All right. Oh, I should have ran ads. Oh, well. Let's get predictions up anyway. You get Mercs faster with a hippo build. Isn't that because you're sacrificing the system timing, though? I'm trying to figure out what your math is. If you watch people do it faster, the only reason you watch them do it faster is because it should be because they haven't been building systems, right? Oh, you mean because you start on berries? Yeah, but your second Merc timing's weaker, right? So there's a very clear trade-off there. All right, you guys ready for this? Walling is hard, and quite frankly, I feel for you all. It's difficult to do, it's a waste of your APM, your valuable APM that could be used sending Discord messages to your friends. So instead, we've solved it for you. Welcome in Arena to Age of Empires 4. It builds the walls so you don't have to. That's right. We are here in the middle of our show match between Kiljardi and B. And let me flip that around because it is actually going to be a lead for Kiljardi. That's right, leading 2-1 in our very special edition of the HIMS Cup here. Not only do we have Arena mod added to Age of Empires 4, but we're playing Regicide. Yes, and this is the type of map I've been looking forward to seeing Regicide on, because usually the way King of the Hill plays is you play for the hill. That's in the name. But what's a hill without a king to thrust upon it? And the king's going to be at home. So like my thought here is, normally the way this map plays out is there's a rush for the sacred site, build castles, tick down the timer, you get the GG. What if instead of headbutting that very, very well insulated and defended location, there's an all-in strategy to go into the main base and snipe the king? That's the cool thought I'm having here. So we'll see if either player is able to get that stage. Reminder, we also in this mode have done an accelerated start. So instead of starting with 6 villagers at minute 0, players start with 12. Before anyone's like, why have they got such insanely good castle timings? I'll never be as good as pros. Calm down. They technically have got an advantage in work account here. B definitely has the advantage in Civ for the map, though. Roos is really, really good on this map. Like, I want to just say the uncontested king. Maybe China's the other one that comes close. But, like, realistically, most people, if they had to choose one Civ and one Civ only to dominate this map, it will be Roos. Byzantines is a decent counter Civ. And, did he get an unlucky spawn? No, he's got the gate. Yeah, so we have this interesting solution to make sure walls spawn correctly, but it doesn't... It's like 98% reliable. Every once in a while, the corner won't spawn the tree line to block the walls, because walls don't automatically connect when you generate them with the game currently. But shout out to Hussein, he's already said he's working on that to solve for it. And... Oh, wait, what? Yo, Kiljardi. You greedy son of a gun. I love this. I mean, it's a fairly wallable area as well. Just slap a wall here, slap a wall here. And you've got double berry batch Grand Winery? Yeah, tell me about how Hippodrome go and get them mercs quicker. This is crazy. That's so cool. Okay, I'm excited to see how B reacts to this, because normally you'd just be thinking Pro Scouts. You're against a Civ who doesn't play Pro Scouts, and all the deer have spawned outside of the arena walls. So you can grab them all. But now with Grand Winery double, there's a timing here for Kiljardi, where he can just scale into javelins and all in you. What a cool idea. And the other cool thing is, like, at an early point in the game, it's much harder to stop this. It's much easier to stop this when you've got a bigger army. So, like, inherently, we've talked a lot about this on the channel before. Is like, when you're against a Civ that is complacent or idle, it's better to take risky resources first and then take safe resources later. Because if you do it the other way around, you're now putting yourself at risk at a point in the game where your opponent can do something about it. Roos are expected to Pro Scouts. And B has now been forced to adjust. We've got a night opener. Okay. We are definitely cooking. And Kiljardi, he's showing the respect. He's getting the wall up. Well, that's interesting, actually. If he walks a bit further in, he'd actually see the stables. Oh, instead, he's going to walk around. Kiljardi. He hasn't set up an outpost or anything. This is pretty worrisome. I'm hoping he's got Limitane coming. No, it's just a Merc House rush. So at this point, I think Kiljardi's quite convinced this is just a straight-up Pro Scouts fast castle build. He hasn't confirmed otherwise so far. And it's so tricky to do so. Like, technically, if you hug closer to the wall, you can see things being built around the TC. The only exception is on this far backside, and I love Kiljardi's methodical nature. These foreigners, he's just checking to see if there's actually a small gap in the backside where the wall spawned. Night now coming. Kiljardi. Wakey, wakey. Yep, he'll pull away. He turns with the Akratoy. That's pretty crafty. That's going to buy time now for the outpost to go up. It is going to be a full hand, all hands on deck rush. Pulls away the injured villagers so it's not a liability. And B will not be able to get that kill. Great timing there to retreat. And wait, did he just kill the scout? Yeah, he did. He's going to lose a villager for this, though. Kiljardi. Akratoy is still running, but B didn't give a damn. So Net's one worker kill. Second knight has now arrived. Archer's coming as well. And Kiljardi hasn't gone javelins now. He switched to longbows. Which I think makes sense against knights here. Problem is your opponent has knight archer. So for Kiljardi, like, what? Probably horseman? Then you don't have a good answer to knights, right? So you're kind of forced to be going Limitane. Is there a world in which he just ignores this? Not really. Like, this is the reason why people don't build grand wineries in the middle of the map. Like, this right here is the #1 reason. Because when this happens, you're minus your biggest spike point for aggression, right? Without grand winery, like, how do you merc? Answer, not well. I kind of like the cherry blossom tree specifically, by the way. It adds some cool character to the terrain of the map. So first group of longbows are in. Kiljardi is gathering the safe berries now. Why are they walling like this? Because they're madmen! It's almost like they're a robot, actually, the way they're walling. It's almost like a robot walled for them. B has had enough of these walls. Wait, what? Already that low? Oh no, Kiljardi. Say it is not so. He's got nothing. This is pretty disastrous right now. Like, think about it. What does he actually have to defend with? He's got no Limitane. He's got 5 longbows. And his enemy has 5 knights. B now with the dive in. Workers will find their way towards the TC, but there's 32 workers and there's enough garrison slots for 20. Man, sick read by B. I love this adjustment as well to just not pro scouts. It was so important. If he pro scouted, I think you were looking at a very different outcome to the game. Kiljardi would have just got the longbow mass together. He would have been in control. Instead, now B is the one with the vice grip, the iron grip around Kiljardi's throat. The only thing he's really missing is, like, maybe siege engineering here would be good. Yeah, and he's going for blacksmith now. Probably undermesh first, just so you can dive with knights, and then, like, a ram follow-up isn't a bad idea. Wolves were snuck by Kiljardi, the crafty demon. And he has got horseman spam now coming. I wonder, is the idea eventual 1-1-1, so you go back for the spears? Because, like, horsemen are not going to be a golden solution to mass knights, right? Like, they aren't going to be able to deliver the win on their own. What outpost now? Kiljardi. I guess this is the upside of finding double berry like this, right? It encourages you to actually invest additional defenses to protect it. And also, like, this is the cool thing. If he built a mill out here, he'd go back home afterwards and build the groves around the Grand Winery. So if you built all these outposts out here, it's kind of worthless. But because this is where he'd eventually set up his full farms, it's actually pretty cool to just keep investing outposts here. What a sick read. Trying to figure out, like, if B really wants a long feudal now. Because the cistern effects are a big deal here. And your opponent is now accessing olive oil, which means he will get a large quantity of longbows at this rate. He'll be able to get up to about 5 to 6 batches of longbows. He hasn't lost any so far. Time being, though, B does still want to keep playing. Steel Arrow has been prepped. Kiljardi now on the offensive. He's circling in towards the D locations. South side almost tapped. After that, it would have to be Boar, which are pretty far up by comparison. I'm still trying to figure out like whether I like the walls on this type of map or not. I think it's actually okay on this type of map. It almost just adds a bit of character to the start, you know? Without compromising too much. I feel like the maps where I'm most interested, we've got Prairie in rotation for this show match. That map is probably the one I'm most excited for, just because of how exposed you usually feel and how the arena mod changes that. Now swelling in night count quite quickly. Almost up to 15. Kiljardi still resisting the temptation to build spears, but apparently cannot resist the greed. He's trying to castle up. Horsemen are backstabbing. That is forcing a return, which is key here. Look at the positioning. B is now retreating to defend his eco and his reinforcements. And Kiljardi is taking this opportune moment to go towards Castle Age. This is crafty, actually. This is exactly what he needs, but B, apparently aware, immediately turns around the army, and it's only 5 workers building the Golden Horn Tower. Oh, boy. And this is worrisome, because I think the idea for Kiljardi was going to be probably cataphracts here. Cata would make a lot of sense. It mirrors out the knights and just dominates the archers. Will he actually have the time, though? Definitely feels like a tall order. Maybe too much of an order altogether. Knights now sieging in. Kiljardi has got 20 Lombos. Level 4 Cistern. If he rushes Veterancy, maybe. But this is only wave number 1. And it's most of B's army. He's really holding nothing back here. He's even going for the melee techs, both damage and defense. Pretty good as well, considering that Kiljardi went Horseman. Tech up completes, and please tell me he... Okay, he does. He has what he needs for Veterancy. But he... Wait, what? I can't believe that. He ignores Veterancy. He prioritizes the Horseman and the range damage increase. And B... he actually just mirrored it. High Trade House coming in. Didn't want the corner, apparently. I can't believe he just mirrored the tech like that. He's backing up. The reason why B's backing up is because Byzantines get their unlocks really fast. We can see that Kiljardi was kind of lacking on the gold to get that final upgrade, but B doesn't know that, so he has to act as if there's full upgrades coming. And the thing is, like, Byzantines, it's very hard to dive and punish them because of how quick those unlocks are. It only takes them 24 seconds. Way too fast to really get damage done there. So actually, I don't mind that B done this. We are talking about High Trade House on a map that is phenomenal for us. We are talking about a map where he should have map control to go for relics. Kiljardi went for the risk on the flank. Only Knight is going to discover what's happening up there. But we do have a Mangonel emplacement now on the way. And Kiljardi's marching out of the base. B's got to be very careful about this. Kiljardi, wait, what? What's he doing? 19 villagers. It's just for the gold? I thought this was going to be some sort of keep drop there. I looked up at the stone. He had nothing. B, it looked like he was pinned for a moment there. That is a miracle gap. I cannot believe that. That miracle gap, if that wasn't there, B would have been forced to fight. And he wasn't ready yet. He doesn't have veterancy. That detail could have killed him. Oh my god, Kiljardi, I'd be a bit frustrated by that. I'd feel robbed. Dive now comes in towards the food gathering. Lombos will need protection. The horsemen are going to mirror the charge of the knights. And line's going to spread out here. Kiljardi just leaning on the idea the Lombos are going to be good enough, quick enough, swift enough at getting the kills. He trades out against the backline archers. Cataphracts just arrived. Veterancy for archers comes in, and this comp is not working. B munches him up for dinner. Dab of the napkin, and then a dab to the side because B now ahead. Military domination and monasteries now to follow. Relic's the key target. And remember, Kiljardi, he just moved out here for gold. I can't believe that, man. I mean, Lombos, if he has a bit of room to wiggle back with, I'm going to say it's a good trade, but a better trade at least. Instead, fully cut down. And now, once again, B just comes up that little gap. More for star points at this stage. Shuts down the gold gathering. Should be able to do so promptly. I mean, Kiljardi, he doesn't have the stone to get emplacements here. Looks like he has at least got the mango, but like no fortifications means it's not staying alive. Archers will snipe down the repair crew, and knights will just ride it on through. So outpost dead. Work is down. That's going to be another -5. More still to come because Kiljardi, he lost sight of it. The knight on the north. B's going to clean him up. This is grim territory now, right? Like, we're talking about relics in the next 2 minutes. A healthy eco lead. And too much for Kiljardi to burden. GG gets called. The creeping little pass that could have turned it all. But B managed to find his retreat path at the pitch perfect moment. My, oh my. It's to the geeky. That's always awkward when games are that short, actually. I was talking to my editor about this. Like, it's really tough when games are, like, ultra short, whether you can, Oh, no. Wait, really? Wait, that can't be right. Yeah, Hussein, really good feedback here. That makes sense. So, good eyeballs by Kiljardi. Like, basically, one of his gold lines got deleted because of the tree drops. So, basically, for those who don't know, those trees that spawn in the corners aren't the end solution. They're the current solution while we work out how to force the game to connect wall pieces. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Kiljardi. Related to dev. If it happens again, you can call for a re. Yeah, so just remind the players, like, if they get that happen, because like this mods in early days not perfect yet. If that happens, they can call for a remake, and we'll be happy to have that happen. That is a bit unfortunate. Like he was saying, basically, as he ran out of gold, like he looked across for his second gold line, and it just wasn't there, which is unfortunate. That's why Kiljardi went out into the center of the map. That makes more sense. But yeah, I mean, in fairness, like I'm not gonna say we're gonna get this perfect. This is the first outing for this arena mode. I don't know if people have been enjoying it so far. If you have, make sure you check out other mods made by Hussein. He does great work. But like, I think it's very intriguing from what I've been seeing so far. Across the board, every map, probably not the hit you're looking for, but some of these maps has been really cool to see. I think Sacred Grove in particular surprised me, because like what I was doing is when I put together this map pool, I was like, okay, what maps fundamentally change when you add in the arena mod? And Sacred Grove is one of them, right? Because Sacred Grove is designed to be very uncomfortable in the mid game, but technically with those wall positionings, the mid game is the most comfortable point. Another one that I'm really looking forward to is going to be Prairie, which we should have later on. Next up, we're going to be having Wasteland, by the way. And it looks like we are going to be getting an Ottoman versus HRE matchup. Okay. Oh, reminder, by the way that we've set this up is that if you lose with the Civ, after game 6, you're allowed to repick it. So that means Kiljardi will be able to repick Byzantines in English so far. B will be able to repick Mongols and Knights Templar. How many games in this matchup? Best of 9. So potential for quite a few still. All right, let's have a look. And big shout out to Hussein, by the way, not only for being rapid with this one, there's also other mods we've got him cooking up. Some really cool ones I'm excited to share actually in the future. All right, let's get ready to roll though. Actually, should I run a minute of ads? I'm gonna run a minute. Oh no, oh, it's a minute and a half. Whoops. Oops. Well, that's a reminder as to why people should subscribe, XD. Oh, let's sort predictions, please. I need to get ready for us to be in game. Have we got everything set up? I think so. Raspberry lemon. Dude, I'm a sucker for raspberry lemon. I freaking love raspberry lemon. You're immune to ads? You don't have a sub emote, though. It's confusing. Where is he? He's over here. Okay. I heard you guys have been enjoying arena mode in Age of Empires. Well, I'm glad to provide more in Age of Empires 4. That's right, we're back for another game from our show match. Welcome one and all in to, I think, what's going to become quite a lot of casuals' favorite new mod. That's right, you no longer have to be threatened by a single French knight that could ruin the entire plan. You've got a layer of safety to the cake, baby. All courtesy of Hussein's hard work creating this mod. So, reminder, arena mod, the way it's going to work, we're playing it with Regicide. If you lose the king, you lose the game. That sounds harsh, but the reality is we've built you a nice little castle. It's a poor man's castle, but you shouldn't complain. Even Mongol players get this. You get a full wall in at the start of the game, and in this case, we've got the players starting at double villager start. So a very rapid beginning. Kiljardi in this game number 5, looking to break the tiebreaker and take the lead in this best of 9. He brings in the Holy Roman Empire, while B goes to his tried, trusted, and true Ottomans, a pick that has been on the rise month after month when it comes to pro play. Map is going to be Wasteland. This was added in Knights of Cross and Rose, but has seen very, very, very little pro play. I think part of it is the deer quantity. There is actually quite a lot of deer here. There's 40 in total, but I thought it'd be intriguing to explore just because, actually it's more than 40. Yeah, there's 46. But I still thought it'd be interesting to explore because there's a nice balance with the 4 boar in the center. And also, although there's 46 deer, we use Carmel in pro play. And Carmel has even more food. And if you guys have been following Age of Empires 4 for a long time, this map might look a bit similar to Basin, I believe it's called. One of Avli's earliest creations where you had the stealth forest around the outskirts. And then sacred sites jotted with one close to each other's bases. This one does sacred sites a little bit better. We seem to be missing a sacred site. Oops. That's definitely not ideal. Yeah, no, this is like a little bit... All right, in my defense... I ran the simulations. I spawned this like 8 times, and this wasn't a problem. In fairness, these 2 civs, I think double sacred site is not going to be too toxic. Like, for example, if it's French pick with double sacred site, that's ridiculous. There are certain civs that like use this double sacred site detail really well. And obviously civs like Delhi would suffer a bit. Like, I think for the most, although it's a little bit funky of a detail, it's not going to be too damning. So we should be fine. Wait, does this map reliably spawn with 2 sites? Is it just spawned the wrong way? Wait, have I been spawning a wrong version of this? I could have sworn when I tested this morning it was free. Ah, yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah. I'm getting it mixed up with another map. Guys, I'm sorry. I ran for a lot of maps this morning. I got a preview into what admins used to do with tournaments in Age of Empires 4. They used to basically run so many mutations I'd see it different. I think I must have had Basin open or something instead. Apologies. So it is meant to be 2. It's just it spawned wonky. So these sacred sites should be like 2 in the center, but it's 1 and then 1 off to the side. Well, like, have you been spawning at all? I was, but I think I was just using the wrong map. In fairness, like, I got confused because good guy Kiljardi was like looking to prep and check the maps. And I remember he messaged me and he was like, is this the map? And like, there was a map that shoe up on Wasteland, but it wasn't called Wasteland. I can't remember what it was. Anyway. It's also very weird because when you look at the way the sacred site spawned, you could believe that it was meant to be here and that the relic bugged it out, which has happened on other maps in the past. So anyway, we have got Arkin coming in from HRE. Other side is going to be Ottomans going for the standard Madrasa play. Is Golden Basin the one that spawns for 2 sacreds? No, so the basin I'm talking about that Avli made was actually a free sacred site map. You basically got one close to your base, and then one in the center, and then obviously the other one's close to your enemy base. I didn't like it for that detail. I actually hate sacred sites that are close to a player's base. It makes it too easy to block a sacred site win condition. And right now, people like... So there's 2 possibilities. Either KP lied and he didn't spawn the map in advance, or he can't read map names. I don't sleep much these days, so I can't read. And it's going to be a fast castle rush. This has been a very peaceful game, hasn't it? Is this the calmest Age of Empires 4 game we've had of Arena so far? It is. And, I mean, Kiljardi, it kind of makes sense, right? You want to rush those relics as HRE. Ottomans have a decent timing here, though, folks. Remember, the Imam point. He can mirror the rush. Backside. Ooh. Okay, that was a cheeky idea from B. He snuck the deer all the way in the back corner. Did he also delete his walls here? Yeah, he just purged the entire wall line. Ah, to sneak past the tree line. That's pretty crafty, man. That's actually cool. Kiljardi didn't realize either. Did force him off the deer in the end, but that's the reason why B was able to compete on this timing. He does also have deer over here, but the tree line that spawned in kind of blocked that out. So I'm not sure if he can reach that. Maybe if he deletes this. And that's, by the way, is how Ottoman's getting faster castle, because on the other side, Kiljardi, he was sheeping. He was sheepish about the idea of deering. God, I hate that I actually just done that and didn't even mean to do that. Imam's on the way, though. We talked about this time, and it's really good for B to try and block the play from Kiljardi. Kiljardi has already picked up 1 relic, though. If he gets 3 relics, he's to the moon and back. He's so happy with this. The problem is B's Lancer is going to be pretty late to arrive, so if Kiljardi now just mirrors Knights to the north side, he has the blocker play. Meantime, Horseman is going to try to stop the close-by relic from being grabbed. Doesn't look like it's going to work, though. Wall difference. Boom. There you go, guys. Arena mode works. This would have been an easy-peasy HRE takes all relics game. You know what stopped it being that? Arena mod. You're welcome. All those that suffer at the hands of HRE fast castles. This is what we built this for. And oh, he might get 3 relics. There's no might about it. If he goes wide on the south side, yes, B. He's doing this. Knight on the north is going to find the prelate as well. Is he going to get there in time? Lancer, okay, no, he'll be fine. Kiljardi's going north side gate. He's safe. But still, 3-2? Ottomans are happy with that, man. You're over the moon about that. What a sick game. I mean, I feel like it's going to be a sick game. Because now, like, you know, if this had been 4 relics HRE, it's pretty grim for Ottomans. Now you should be able to have the time to breathe, to flesh out here. You like these maps with default wood walls? This is the interesting thing of Wasteland. Is like Wasteland already has so much wood. I was trying to be careful because in some cases, you know, if a map's whole design is you don't have wood, then these corner tree lines really change the dynamics in a big way. But when I saw Wasteland, I was like, well, Wasteland, you just like already are kind of in the corner. You're very easily going to wall yourself in. it shouldn't change much of the dynamics of Wasteland at all. And I thought that was a good idea because Wasteland actually just doesn't appear much in competitive play either. I am still, by the way, extremely excited for Prairie later. I hope we get to see Prairie because I think Prairie is the most interesting one for this because of those corner tree lines. Prairie, like, this is basically an extra tree line of what you get next to your base on Prairie. Why are you playing this base instead of Basin? Because Basin has the worst sacred sites imaginable. I love Avali, but like if someone tries to tell me that Basin is not his worst work, they're lying. Like Avali very rarely misses. But that was like a miss. Wait, did he fix it now? The sacred site's better? No one told me if so. But we rock in Wasteland anyway. Oh, he fixed a half. No one told me. No one like used it either. Like if you look at before that fixed. So basically, if those didn't know, Basin used to have a sacred site right next to the base. Like imagine this map, and then having a sacred site right next to the base. It was terrible. It was like I genuinely think it was like his worst map by far. I'm glad to hear they fixed that. But I ain't complaining, man. We got a cool game. B's got Mass Lancer versus Lancer. But Kiljardi's being greedy. Look at what he's up to. Cheeky boy's looking for attack. How is Kiljardi not just stuck in the base, actually? Deceptive, right? Like, you know, you don't know that your opponent is attacking right now. Now, technically, if B just sends everything to the fight, he wins, he pushes him off the map. Instead, Kiljardi is getting great gains here. He's able to lock a Sacred Site. He's locking a second. That's extra gold trickle. Not that he really needs it, because this map does start you with an 8k in your base. Does B have the movement speed? You mean from the meta? No. Most people don't get it. It's clunky because of the way that formations work. So the vizier point we're talking about is this one here, the meta drums. It increases movement speed. But the problem is, like, as soon as your lancers charge, they don't get the movement speed anymore. Oh, you mean military schools? Yeah, military schools is now starting to come in. I like that B delayed this. Like, realistically, the pacing is too slow otherwise. He has a problem, though. Palsa Swabi is coming in. Why do most people go Sapai as a frontline instead of Spearman? Because you can actually get them away from a bad fight. Spearman, you can't. If you ever extend with Spearman, they're dead. Also, Sapahi scale a lot better than Spearman into Castle Age. Walls? Well, that is still open. Does he realize yet there's an age up? Oh my god, he got the wall just in time there. B, he's not just burning it down. He's going for it now, finally. Wait, Kiljardi? Don't just stare! What was that? I mean, it would be rude to interrupt them. Okay, so he doesn't pursue it deeper. B doesn't seem to be aware of an age up still. So I think if you were, you just full commit there, right? And that would have been key, by the way. The location would have been huge. Kiljardi would have been denied with this type of position. He wouldn't have even been able to walk back easily by the looks of it. So yeah, dodges a bullet. B finally may realize it, but this time it's going to be a little too late. You guys talking about Pax Ottomana? It's an interesting idea. So it did get buffed recently to be 75% quicker on TCs for several minutes. So, like, if you do that, your opponent's still aged up as well, is the scary part. So instead, B will look to just go on the offensive. 50 knights and blobbing. Is this timing going to be good enough? I mean, Kiljardi's in a bit of an awkward predicament right now. He doesn't have any stone. His Pasta Swab is also disconnected from his base, and the Lancers are about to find it. B, he's creeping towards the resources where it makes sense. I mean, why else would your opponent wall over here unless he was up to no good? Swabia found. And this is grim, man. Like, you just tacked up. The whole point is you're meant to be spamming out villagers. Okay, you can do that, but they're going to instantly die. Oh, no. And Kiljardi, he put everything to this. Like, this is a classic reminder of, like, why we don't see as much fast imp anymore from HRE. In fact, if you guys remember, we had a game in EDC Master Summers from Kiljardi versus Baltoon, funnily enough, where Baltoon showed the way that, like, it's quite preferable to approach HRE in these type of positions. Gradually scale lead, you know, keep leaning into military presence. Don't just punt it into the greed. Because players have gotten so much better at using small armies to punish you, and this is a ridiculous burn pace. I mean, he's got emergency repairs, but what does that do? You can trigger it, but who's going to defend it? And Kiljardi, well, that is the reaction speed of a dead man right there. Did not even press the button. All right, that's it. I thought that this was going to be a pretty long show match. It's been a decent length so far, but the individual games have not been that long. This is, what, a 15-minute GG? Has to be. You've got no hope now. Oh, my goodness. At this point, Kiljardi's going through the motions. I don't really know what the plan is. I don't see a logical comeback. Your opponent has 23 knights. You've got 6. They do look fabulous. I'll give you that much. And they will make very fabulous compost for the flats. Well, we remembered E-repairs this time. But contrary to belief, that was not Kiljardi's use of E-repairs on the Regnits. That was his use of E-repairs on the Swabia. He's just using dial-up internet to really just set the mood that we were a boomer community. And the Rax are just going to get yoinked away. Oh, God, just make it end. I mean, I think it's going to in a sec. Well, it's probably a good thing you don't have a Palace of Swabia because you'd be pop-locked right now. B, if he doesn't get a GG out of Kiljardi soon, there's a high risk that someone's going to DDoS B because they feel that bad for Kiljardi. And there we go. GG comes in. What a brutal game. Well, that was a shellacking. B now takes the lead in the BO9. Next up, we are going to be going to Gorge. Let's see. What are we getting? So after this game, by the way, any civ you lost with, you can reuse. That's a really big deal for Kiljardi because he just lost with HRE. Right? I know, like we just said, it's good that you lost with HRE. It kind of is in that he can now leverage it later on. So keep that in mind. Next up, he's going to look to just use the other HRE. I'm not going to say the better HRE. We've got Order of the Dragon selection next, up against B's Malians. Let me list that in. You don't understand how B produces such a big army in 3 minutes? This is the thing. Like, adding 6 more villagers into the start, really, like... You have to keep in mind that RTS is a big part of it is, like, game sense, right? It's something you build over time, you get familiar with. And, like, you're very much subverting and evolving that feeling and that expectation to quite a high degree when you think about it. So, that hopefully explains it a bit as to like how that happens, is that the timings you're used to seeing, like this looks very alienating in some ways because you're just seeing people ramp up at a ridiculously faster pace than what you're used to, right? Like we're talking double the resources at minute 0 until minute 1 that you'd normally get. Double. Maximum of 1 gold inside the walls? Yes, that's usually the way it should play out. So like Gorge here, for example, will be 1. This, by the way, I think will be a very good map for this mode, but we'll see. I have told them, I reminded them, like, if you do get a weird spawn, just call for a remake. It's absolutely fine. Sorry, I just had to message one of my guys about something. The mod does indeed allow for extra villagers. Old man is dead? What? Guys, dude, he got Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon only has one less villager on the start, by the way. Pretty good. Really good. Actually, it'd be 2, right? It'd be 10 versus 12. What's the point of the draft format? It's to alter the idea of just doing a straight-up redraft. So, like, the idea is that it actually gives different mutations as opposed to just having people lock in Shushi, Roos, HRE, and play them the exact same way again. It's also just to kind of keep things fresh. Like, you know, drafting gets figured out, right? So the idea of evolving and coming up with a new draft format is not a bad idea. We've had the drafting solution we've had for, like, since what? Since Salt's Ascend released? So that's 1.5 years. And I never felt like it was perfect. All right, you guys ready? Let's hop into it. Walling. It happens too much on this map already, so we figured why not just accelerate the process? I know the casuals will love it. Welcome back to our show match here in the HIMS Cup number 10, where we are testing a brand new game mode. This, of course, is good old arena mode from Age of Empires 2. That's right. You start with walls all the way around your base, and you also start with the liability of a king. If you accidentally hold the delete key on too long, you lose the game. So, show match game number 6 here. We are going into Gorge, and we are going to be seeing Kiljardi with the Order of the Dragon up against B's Malians. Spawns look good as well. So the way this works is that it generates the wooden walls at the start of the game and adds in wood on the corner, which actually just gives you a little bit more resource to work with. Looking at the way things have happened here, one thing that's a bit rough about the Malian pick, yeah, and he reacts to it. You have to delete the walls. Otherwise, you're not going to get a high-value pit mine. So that's like a trade-off, but I think that it's just something you accept in these situations. Like, you can always re-wall this area if you feel that threatened, but you're up against Order of the Dragon, so I'd be very surprised if there is any aggro. Love that Kiljardi just keeps doing this. He keeps scouting out with the king. It's such an undervalued element. Remember, the king, if he dies, you lose the game. But at minute 0, there really shouldn't be anything that can kill him. Why is the king in this mode? Snipe feels really unlikely. The reason why it feels unlikely is you have to keep in mind we've given players a very different format, and they need to adjust it. Like, early days of any format, you're probably going to see a lot of games ending at 20-25 minutes, right? Because the whole idea is, like, someone can take an aggressive line and it can actually work out a lot better than once people figured it out. I think the idea of the king will work quite nicely as you get later into the meta developing. One thing I'm probably going to talk to Hussein about, actually, is adding in the king buffs, but not the extreme king buffs that you get in the unofficial AGS, the advanced game settings. But something, a middle ground in between, would be really cool to see here, just so that you actually have more reasons to have the king out. I have contemplated the idea of actually having some sort of mechanic where the king generates gold based on how far away he is from the starting TC. Yeah, there's loads of cool ideas I'm in concocting. And by the way, Hussein has been a lifesaver on bringing a lot of these to life. Like, I contemplated how cool it would be if the town center had a different defensive mechanic where instead of it just shooting arrows forever, it had a certain number of arrows it could shoot, and then it had to recharge them. Logic being is, like, if you think about the way Age of Empires 4 plays right now, it's very hard to end a game of Feudal Age because the TC is such a good defense point. But, like, let's say you fully commit to Feudal, if the TC isn't able to fire forever, you actually have, like, a timing that makes sense. But, like, that's something for another day. There's other cool things we've got in mind. We're even looking at a very unique game mode where you build your own civ. I shouldn't have said that. That's meant to be a surprise. Anyway, mine work coming through. Mansa on the other side. Pretty much the standard. Do we get pro scouts this game? Looking at the gathering from Kiljardi, it feels like a pro scouts game. Yeah, so he's prepping the stables now. I think you can get out there. Yeah, like, I mean, you're probably going to have to slim down a bit, and that's why you should definitely exclamation mark HIMS and check out their solution for getting a lot of weight off quickly. But, you know, if you utilize something akin to what HIMS is providing, you'll probably be able to get slim enough to get through this gate. I don't like to fat shame the horsemen, but they are pretty big with the Order of the Dragon. Kiljardi now making his way out of the base, so this is a ball play. Interesting. Makes sense as well. The outpost just defends... Wait, does he not know about the ball? He does, okay, but he's just going to choose berries, and then I think the idea is you build the outpost, you bring the Gilded Horseman, then you can kill the ball. He still hasn't scoured any of this, by the way. Horseman, very good at actually dealing with the ball, just very high base damage, very high health, so you don't really die. Spears are going to come out. So nice clean kill there. Look to pull away now. Doesn't take a single iota of damage on the villagers. Well played. B. Have we got a Farimba Rush on our hands? It's reeking of Farimba Rush, which is a curious one, actually, against Order of the Dragon on this design. I mean, normally we were seeing Javelineers in the past, but keep in mind Javelineers did recently get nerfed. They move a lot slower than they used to. What could be pretty sick here is Mansa Musafadi. Mansa Musafadi is kind of a low-key smart play just because of what Order of the Dragon typically builds. Like, they're usually thinking about men-at-arms rushes, or they're thinking about going into Gilded Knights. The tricky thing is, like, if it's predictable and your opponent hears you tech up, he can just pivot into Gilded Archers. The perfect answer. Horseman, nicely done. Does claim a kill on the flank. So, by the way, this was one of the maps that I can conceive would be kind of interesting for Arena. Just because of the fact that, like, you want to lean out into the flanks to get these big gold veins, these balls, etc. But that means you could be leaving your king unguarded in your base. You know what I'm actually wondering? What if there was a way to stop the king garrisoning in the primary TC? Would that be good or bad? Because, like, this is the thing. So, this is inspired by an Age of Empires 2 game mode. And by the way, I've never been a believer we should just snatch everything for AoE2. But I was like, let's experiment with some of these elements. And in AoE2, the town center tends to have a lot less health, if I'm not mistaken, than Age of Empires 4's. Which is why the king feels a little bit more vulnerable in that game. Yeah, we go. Farimba Garrison it is. 13 working on it right now. Kiljardi not far behind, though. Is about to trigger a tech up. Burgrave? Normally with the Order of the Dragon, it's Burgrave. But he goes Regnitz. Okay, so why Regnitz over Burgrave here? I think he knows it's a mirrored tech up, so he doesn't feel like there's enough pressure on the map to stop him greeding. Normally, the reason we see Burgrave is that this Civ, compared to its sister Civ, doesn't have an ability to get prelates out on the map before the tech up completes, right? With HRE, you can build prelates from the Dark Age. You have to build it with TC, so it does cost you villages, but it can be worth it. For Order of the Dragon, you're a Civ that produces units very slowly, very expensively. So, rushing Castle when you have no units on the field, getting those units out now takes a long time. Like a Gilded Knight is 42 seconds. Meanwhile, you wouldn't be able to surprise your opponent by, like, you know, teching up and picking up 2 relics. It's not like Delhi or HRE or Ottomans where they can be running the relics home the moment you hear Age 3. And that, folks, is why Regnitz makes up, at this stage, I want to say like 20% of OOTD games. But, like, on top of a Burgrave is really good. If you know that infantry play is a core part of your plan, then Burgrave has a lot of value just because of how much it saves you per minute. And it is Mansa Musafadi. Let's go! Okay, this is cool. The question now is whether Kiljardi is going to scout it in time. I mean, he might just have it revealed to him. Yeah, it's already been revealed. Well, he's wasted no time. Kiljardi pivots straight away into the Gilded Archers. Yeah, and this is where I was a little bit reluctant about the Mansa Musafadi idea. It's cool in theory, but Gilded Archers should be the golden solution. And the difference with Arena compared to standard Age of Empires 4 is the walls should make it a lot harder for you to get that breach point freely. Cool rotation over here, though, towards the ball location. And the villagers aren't pulling away. Now, remember, you really only want to have to rep with Gilded Archers because Mansa Musafadi have a lot of effective HP in melee. They get 4 melee armor on top of their 125 health. This is tricky. Kiljardi, like, because of the ball play, he's kind of forced out of the base. Gilded Archer is going to step up, but no veterancy yet. He does bait him over, though, and plays him like a fiddle. Okay, but was this the plan? Because Beat is now going back for the javelin, so it seems he wanted to force his opponent onto archers. A little bit rough that I'm seeing Kiljardi go towards Gilded Knights. I think probably Horsemen would have made more sense here. Because now that you're going into the Knights, these Mansa Musafadi are going to shred them. Look at the bonus damage, folks. It's 9 base plus 15 against heavy. So this unit over doubles its damage when it's attacking a heavy unit. And remember, the way that Order of the Dragon functions is it's like having 2 units in 1. So this variable kind of like offsets and contradicts that idea, right? It's all of a sudden feels like you're in a 1v1 instead of a 2v1. They'll just gonna keep repairing. Kiljardi, good micro, 1 by 1. He's just stacking up the full repair. Knights are cycling around the back now, and Gilded Archers are drawing attention also. And yeah, the Horseman in here is really smart. It just bogs down fire. So Gilded Knight defense is going to be good, but second wave is now coming through, and the Gilded Archers are kind of staggered in a weird formation. One of them goes down. He's not microing them away here. Yeah, this is the weird thing about OTD versus Malians. Like, for Order of the Dragon, the problem with your Gilded Archers is, like, you want to stand still. And this environment requires kiting. That's what's making this so awkward. The reason is you attack too fast. If you try to, like, stutter step, you're going to miss out on DPS. I do like the Kiljardi stars these horsemen. It's going to come in clutch if you can find the javelins, which just got revealed. And finally, veterancy is on the way, but you see how painful it was to try and find his way towards this. In the meantime, Kiljardi has found good gains, though. 2 relics home. This one's going to get denied, but he's got another one being pulled back now. And because of that attack on the central relic, he now knows to play wide. Yeah, this is actually looking really good on relics. Reminder, he went Regnant, so he's getting the double gold. Double gold is not going to be very useful for the archers, but you can always just trade it away for more food, more wood. The food in particular might be a good idea, considering the ball play doesn't really feel like it can be attended anymore. Great read to go to the north, though. So Kiljardi, this is like the awkward thing, right? Like, it takes the idea of trying to rotate the other side of Gorge to the extreme, now having these walls in the way when you have to cross-rotate. Hey, this Musafadi flood just continues. Love that Kiljardi is now trying to intercept reinforcements. Just unfortunate that he hasn't got much in the way of health on those units. The wall is about to be broken, folks. I mean, surely this is a Landsknechter situation. Has he got enough time for Land Snakes, though? E-repairs not being used. Villagers in trouble as well. Get clapped down. Veterancy is in for the archers, though. The relic's still coming home. Yeah, this one's a bit ambitious. Kiljardi not really paying attention to it. He's going to lose it again. The third is almost in, though. Wall may be broken, but Kiljardi is not. Okay, so Kiljardi, like, in an ideal world, you have enough food to go horseman. He doesn't. Gold is the thing that he has access to. Honestly, Landsnakes does pretty well here. It sucks a bit because you're up against the 4 melee armor, but you're still talking about massive cleave damage and great base damage in general. And, like, with the extra relics, you'd be able to afford it. The problem is, he needs some active gold gathering on top, and the fight is intentionally over the gold vein. B, trading out now with the Javs. Gilded Archers giving their lives just trying to get rid of the Musafadi. And Gilded Archers, like, they can actually compete a bit with Javelins, actually. Like, 1-to-1, they'll actually win that. You're talking about 145 HP versus 80. Sure, you got all that ranged armor, but, like, the difference maker is the fact that DPS is so high. So, yes, you do get bonus damage, but for a counter unit, it doesn't feel like an overwhelming win. As it shouldn't, really, when you're talking about a 2v1 population situation. Now the Gilded Knights may just be able to carry through here. I'd love to see him just heal these guys up. But I think his priority is still the relics. Yeah, this is a 5-relic game. The Finn is cooking. Man. Now, all we need is to resist the temptation to fast imp. I'm sorry, it's a low-hanging fruit, but we've been there once in this series already. He needs to be careful not to get suckered into it again. Playing the Age makes a lot of sense, and I love that he's got Scale Armor on the way. Scale Armor is really smart. It kind of gives you a pseudo-Javelin effect. Like, you don't get the bonus against range, but you have a lot of ranged armor in that trade. And if you think about the difference in attack point here, like, you're waiting over 2 seconds to attack for a jab. You do 19 damage, you have 6 ranged armor. Your opponent's now going to have 3 ranged armor. He can scale up to 5 ranged armor, so they can actually almost be mirrored. But the health pool, 145 versus 80, and the DPS is the interesting part. You hit for 10 damage every 1 second. So, attacking twice compared to once, so you do 20 damage, and that's going to go 8 through. Meanwhile, your opponent in the same cycle with the counter unit is going to be capable of doing, what is that? 14 damage? So definitely a lot higher, granted. But, like, we're talking about the counter unit. These guys still directly counter the Mustafadi at the same time. So as a generalist role, the Gilded Archers should be favored. It feels even better that you're getting rid of the premium unit, the Mansa Mustafadi, but this clash right here from Kiljardi. He hangs in there with the Knights and may have been ill-advised. Yeah, it does get enough time to clear out the Mustafadi, but now it's going to turn to Javelin versus Gilded Archer. He does have healing, though. And remember, although the Javelin count is high, the amount of health on each of these bad boys means that they don't die in one hit. That's important. It means that you can actually get a chance to top them off, pull them back. Uh-oh. This is looking a bit grim. Jav count is getting low. And that's where it gets worrisome. Like, that 1 or 2 prelate healing factor becomes a huge deal when there's nothing left. Because all of a sudden, you actually do heal long enough before something dies. Great hold, Kiljardi. Able to push him away. And behind this, I believe we do have farms coming in. So his weakness for most of this game has been a lack of food. That's starting to be alleviated. Other side, B has not really been adding in ranches. Doesn't have a pivot yet. Who has more passive gold? Oh, it's definitely Order the Dragon. So B on the Malians here is going to have about, like, what, 325 passive gold currently? He gets another one up, 425 passive gold. But Kiljardi is now going to be sitting at a pretty damn cozy 800 passive gold once that 5th relic comes in. Gilded Archer is now just able to defend with ease. He can make this even better, by the way. You know what I said about these guys trade really well into Javelins? Truly comes alive once this is in. Inspired Warriors Tech. It's going to give him a 15% damage increase, which is 1.5 extra damage for these guys. And then on top of that, he's going to get his hands on extra armor. This is scary. Is this a pre-recorded game? Or pre-recorded live? This is live. I do always like flagging those and going, but what does it matter if you haven't seen the game before? Military Academy. So B is just going to try to outmass him now. In fairness, he actually recovered the distance really fast, but that's for good reason. Look at what Kiljardi done. He snuck a second TC on the edge of the base. And the reason why we explored this arena mode, to emphasize to people, like, you know, part of it with the Regicide, I thought would be interesting to give a different win condition in the late game. And it also is just new mutations. There's different permutations on familiar maps. It's a different style of play, which I don't mind. Like, I was quite inspired when I saw that Age of Empires 2 had this in Garrison. Like, they specifically had a map for the arena mode. And that fascinated me, right? Like, I don't think we'd turn this into every map would use this arena mode. But Hussein done a great job making it so that it can be used on any map. So we can test it to see if there are some maps that actually get better by having it. And, oh, that's a sick pull. Are you kidding? The Gilded Knight, he gets 11 in the Musafati chasing him. And look at what the other two Gilded Knights are doing. They dive in on the javelins. B gets completely outplayed. I mean, this is a big difference. Last time when this fight occurred, Kiljardi threw away the Knights very pointlessly. That was 1,000 resources per Knight just going down. This time he keeps them alive and leverages a huge edge now. Up by 20 military over B. That was sick, man. And, you know, the thing is, B at that stage with Javelins is so focused on the main engagement, he didn't even notice. Gilded Knights are a bit ambitious in their commitment now, but they'll be able to back away. And remember, Kiljardi doesn't need to really end the game right now. Sometimes Kiljardi actually does himself a disservice in these type of positions. Like, he's a very aggressive player, and he tried to stick to his opponent. But great read. He understands, I've got 5 relics soon. You know, I've got 2 TC. I'm winning the fights. The only way I can really lose this game very clearly right now is if I overextend. And where the hell is that 5th relic, by the way? Okay, finally it got built. We've got 5 relics garrisoned. Yo, what's up, Connor? Appreciate the super chat, mate. We are indeed sponsored by HIMS. This is the last show match we've got scheduled with them. So make sure you click the links when you see them to support their efforts in the community. And we'll see if we can get them to come back and sponsor more events. You know what the roughest part is for B? I don't think he knows it's 2TC. How would you? Like, this is so subtle in the positioning on it. It feels like such a low-value TC, but the value is in the fact that your opponent shouldn't really know it's there. Yeah, I do wonder if, like, the dynamics of AoE 4 change much more with Arena mod than Age of Empires 2. Because the thing you have to remember with Age of Empires 2 is, like, you kind of build towards what Arena achieves with your buildings anyway. Because they body block, right? But in AoE 4, we don't have that intentionally. It's very different. I did especially find it intriguing, the idea of Mongols in this mode, because for those who don't know, Mongols, they spawn the walls as well. So all of a sudden, a Civ that can never defend theoretically could. It opens up different possibilities. It's a very different thought experiment compared to standard mode. But the thing I like about it is it's still familiar enough to normal Age of Empires 4 that it doesn't alienate the player or the viewer. This is a lot of Musafati. But the Gilded Archer count is ridiculous. And this is so hard for B to micro. He has to be on point with his javelins. Meanwhile, for Kiljardi, all he needs to do is have the Gilded Knights slightly forward of the archers, and he can win trades quite simply, right? You just keep drawing attacks onto these guys that have got a ridiculous 7 ranged armor and 8 melee armor. Not to mention the 400 HP. It's so hard to actually kill these. I just remembered, by the way, didn't we have a game the other week between, was it Dimu and Kiljardi, where Kiljardi just played full feudal OOTD archers in such a weird way, and it worked. So this isn't like him doing something he hasn't experimented with, right? This isn't him going a bit crazy and off script necessarily. He trusts in the Gilded Archers and has made them work plenty of times in the past. Light B's reaction, finally. Imported armors. It's tough because, like, you invested in this Mansa Musafati point. So you want to use Musafati, but they're hard counted. Sofa is your golden solution. Sofas that are very hard to kill and get bonus against the Gilded Archers. And with the way Kiljardi's played this, he should have enough time to scale it up. Because remember, Kiljardi's full orientation has been focused towards defense. Which sounds very weird to say for anyone who's watched the Finn play. He's not really renowned for his defensive plays, more his offensive. In fact, this guy has been known to out-aggro players such as Vortex. Not many can flex that. Nice chase here. Does find the Musafadi. Extra movement speed should be able to get him away. And love that. Kiljardi's been bringing a scout. Before, B would get out of these uncomfortable situations by just pressing the Q button. The pay to live button. That doesn't work when the scout's in range. Sofa reveal is going to come in early. Well, the numbers are scaling fast. Up to 16 already. Gilded Knights are going to go for the dive in. Javelin start to trade out with that back line. And Gilded Knights, they're going to have to carry because right now there's not many targets for the Gilded Archers. No, there's no Mansa Musafadi left over. The Javelin's very tanky by comparison in the trade. But the Gilded Knights, they're chowing down! Oh, that is sick! Kiljardi just able to stand his ground off the beefy boys. And you just see how well these Gilded Archers trade into this. The 5 ranged armor, the 10 damage, the difference in attack speed gives him the world and crushes bees. Knight's almost finally dead. Game definitely doesn't feel over just yet. But Kiljardi continues to just maintain his position, and this was meant to be the counterplay to catch him off guard. Now it gives him time to react and pivot he shall. Gilded Crossbowman added in. He's even going Land Snakes. I mean, makes sense. You know, if you're going to switch off of Gilded Archers into Crossbowmen, that means the Javelins can counter you. So by going Land Snakes, you address the Javs, and the Crossbowman can then address the Sofa. He retreating behind the walls, but his only upside right now is the Cattle Ranchers. You know, he doesn't have 2 TC. He doesn't have trade. It's not a Fulani build. Imperial doesn't seem possible anytime soon. The Kiljardi choices really are just across the board for him. You know, he could keep playing the Age. He could maybe think about like greed or leveling up. I mean, also cheeky little Imperial Age between friends. You know, last game, his error was going there too fast. This time, he could actually just go from here and not really have to worry about a counteroffensive. And we've got a rare sighting, because remember, this was a Minework build. We've got Zornhau on the way. Das ist gut, ja. This is the tech that gives the bleed effect. So basically, it allows you to do 20 damage to units that you're only able to just about touch. Definitely makes a lot of sense against Javelins and Sofas due to their ability to just get hit and run away from the fight. Yeah, das ist gut. On average, in a fight against Javelins, it's probably going to do another 4 to 6 damage at least. It's bare minimum. I say Zornhau is like getting an extra melee attack with the way it plays out. Cleaves are going to come in nicely here. That trickle of damage, especially good against the Sofa, and he is just melting him. B! There's nothing left of him. The last fight was somewhat close. Well, not close, but you felt like you traded. I wouldn't call that a trade, man. That's a scam. Oh my god, the amount of green bodies. And Kiljardi, it's full schnell mode as he keeps on chasing. A Men-at-Arms switch also coming in, which Mansa Musafadi would be great against, but there's no realm of existence in which you're going to build Mansa Musafadi against 30 Gilded Archers. Man, this series, so close. And I still remember when we put the announcement photo out from Kiljardi, he's like, if I get a game, I'll be happy. Well, how about this, big boy? It's free in the BO9. And Kiljardi tips his hat with a fantastic dragon showing. Oh, damn. What was that? I'm pretty sure I saw some people in chat like, well, this is going to be GG for B. Think again. The Finn will not be quashed so easily. So he evens us up. We're going to be heading next into... Yeah, they were just confirming something. So now they can use civs they've lost with or remaining civs. Yeah, I was panicking for a sec. They didn't understand. So, we're going Prairie. Yes! Dude, I'm so excited for Prairie. Prairie is like the one that I envision this being really cool for this mod. Man, what do we call that one? The upload as well. That one was sick. I love that game. Like, is that the game to show off the new arena mode with? It might be. I think the first one we'll do it with is the Yumi game. The Yumi versus Hospitaler. But that game, I guess it'd be like Mansa. I'm gonna call Mega Musafadi. Rush requires a special counter type. Something like that, maybe. Zornhelm carrying Order Dragon? Nah. So, like, the thing you got to keep in mind with, like, when you do, when you think about the art of, like, YouTube, really, so it's very challenging with caster games as well. I need to talk to my editor about, like, maybe us putting in slight previews at the start of recordings. Because, like, the thing with the elegance of, like, how you approach YouTube. YouTube is, like, your thumbnail is the billboard. And then after that, you've got to make, make a teaser, right, off of the titling, like allude to something. And then the beginning of your video should be like a trailer. What do I get by watching this? So like with caster games, the challenge there is like, you're not really seeing that. I need to talk to my editor because I want us to get back to having like a moment from later in the game that kind of hypes something up to happen. Because I really liked it when we done that. My previous editor kind of overkilled it a bit where we had like, and he knew it as well. We had like a game where he had way too many highlight pieces and it made no sense. But you want a hook, right? And everything you should do should be about hook. So like, especially when it comes to titling, I've said this before, like if you try to target something that happens 40 minutes in the game, it doesn't make sense because someone's going to click on your video expecting to see it. They're not going to see it. And then they're going to feel de-incentivized to watch the rest of the video. So you need to reel them in with the very start of that video as to like, okay, what is happening? Like, for example, most obvious ones are stuff like Outpost Rush goes disastrously wrong, right? And like, that's going to happen straight away. So you've got like a boom, interesting hook straight away. You don't like that, but you also don't watch trailers for movies? The thing about the YouTube video is it needs to make a promise and deliver on that promise. But like you see all the time where people, like if you ever watch wider content, it's like, China is breaking the like world economy. Right, and the person will explain on a broad spectrum quickly why, and then they'll flesh it out further. There are examples of creators that work the other way. It's not like a catch-all. Like, I mean, there are some people that defy all logic, and I think once you reach a certain scale point, you can defy all logic full stop, right? But like, within AoE 4, I think it needs something to hook new people. It doesn't have that broad spectrum. Like, for example, Queso can do what Queso does, because he's scaled it to a point now where people will just watch. That doesn't mean he's a bad content creator and blah, blah, blah. That means actually the opposite. He's done a great job to build to that, and he has his own style, which I love. And by the way, I really hope that we get more of that, because I don't like this idea that we are metarizing YouTube to the extreme, that like the Mr. Beast way is the only way. I don't think I'm alone in my feelings on that. Like I don't like that it's become that linear in a lot of people's minds. But yeah, for YouTube thumbnail and titling though, the optimization makes sense that you want to show something that like gets them to look, and then you want to try and make a promise with the title. And your viewer should at least get a feeling that they are going to be delivered their promise. And by the end, they should 100% feel like they got the promise. Does that make sense? Or the Dragon without a beef sandwich? So cool in theory, like, does it hook people to click? Compared to Mega Musafadi Rush requires a special counter type. Or like if we went Mega Musafadi Rush has only one counter. Right? In fact, I like that more. And these are like this is the art of YouTubing. I don't like to focus on it too much, but I have to, right? Like, what I don't like to focus on it is I'm too much of a perfectionist. But like, these are things you have to consider. So like, for example, I could have chosen weakness or counter. Why do you use counter over weakness? for strategy players, counter is a much more powerful word than weakness. In general. All right. Anyway, dude, it's the time we've been waiting for. It's the moment I've been waiting for. This mod has the ability to evolve maps into an entirely new map. Not intended by original design. And we have the map that I had envisioned. It's Prairie time with the Arena mod. Welcome back, folks, to our HIMS Cup number 10. We are entering game number 7 between B and Kiljardi. And Prairie has never felt so different. Prairie, a map where you usually feel naked, exposed, and lacking wood. Which is usually what happens when you're naked and exposed in the cold. It's very different here. No, apparently someone did swallow one of those HIMS pills because all of a sudden you've got wood for days, courtesy of the tree lines getting added in here, and courtesy of the safety with your starting spawn. Wow. Starting on Prairie, B will be going into the Malians, while Kiljardi goes to the HRE. Now, we have seen these civs from these players previously, and that is because you're allowed to repick civs you've lost with after game number 6 in a series. So that means we're going to see some interesting recurring picks, because so far in this series, we've seen losses from like English for Kiljardi. We saw the Knights Templar lose for B. It's going to make the end of this series really crazy. Looks like King's already scouting. Reminder, in Arena mod, we do have Regicide on. If this guy here dies, if Henry IV goes down, there will not be a Henry V. No, the kingdom will end. On the other side, if Sundiata Keita goes down, there will not be Sundiata Keita the second. I don't really feel like the Malian's done that as much. Also, can we just agree that Henry doesn't really feel like a very German name? Or an Austrian name? Is Henry actually... Oh, wait, no, it is a Germanic name. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess through history, though, maybe this is just the British historian in me. I feel like Henry is a name more iconic with England. Right? Even though it's German origins, I mean, that's very hilariously, like, on brand for England with their royalty. Yeah, I feel like when I think of Henry, it definitely rings British for me first. I don't know if that's the case for the rest of the world or if that's just the, like, national bias. It would be Heinrich? That's true, Heinrich. Yeah. That makes more sense. Wait, but why didn't they just call him Heinrich? Like, why did they specifically choose the name Henry when it's HRE's view anyway? I mean, it's not like they were shying away from giving the specific names after what we just saw of the Malian King. But anyway, we have got tech ups on the way. Reminder, in this mode, we are starting with 12 villagers, not 6. So if you're right now trying to replicate this build in your pub games and crying as it doesn't work, stop. Just, you need to download the mod. Who's favored in this matchup, actually? Malians does quite well if this turns into like a more castle-oriented game now. I mean, there is the Relic Rush to be concerned about. By the way, has anyone else just looked at the minimap and thought this doesn't look like Prairie at all? I mean, we've got some interesting joined tree lines, but I think it's just the natural base being built doesn't make this feel like Prairie at all. There was maybe 2 players in comp AoE 4 that could reliably wall this type of area on Prairie and get away with it. One of them doesn't even play Age of Empires 4 anymore. That was good old Magic. That is a horrible door, by the way. Yeah, so the gates do get auto-placed. They're not 100% on point. That one's a bit of a cap. But, yo, are we getting a feudal rush from Kiljardi? We are. Meanwhile, B is going to be rushing castle. That's so ballsy. But this is the difference, right? So the reason this is ballsy is, like, on Prairie, you wouldn't expect someone to do an archery rush because the wood is so finite. There's not much of it. But the cool thing about the idea from Kiljardi is on this map, with this mode, you get all these tree spawns in the corners. So you get 4 extra wood clusters over what you should have at the start of a Prairie game, which would enable an archer timing. What a cool idea. Definitely wasn't on my bingo card. And I think that the fairer comparison for HIMS, who sponsor this show match, by the way, would be like, you know, your goal when you're thinking about losing weight is to kind of feel a little bit like Prairie. You know, there's something still there, but like, you know, you're not dangerously slim, but like you're not plump. The problem is, a lot of us, especially when we sit in front of a PC all day playing games and whatnot, we start to look more like either Black Forest or Hideout. It's not a good feeling. A little bit too rounded. So if you guys are having a problem with that, be sure to check out our sponsor for these show matches, as they might have the solution for you. Can we get a sheep check? 10 sheep to 22. B has plenty more sheep to work with, which is going to be key for this Farimba idea. Can Kiljardi do enough damage? I like that he's actually shied away from what he was originally intending. I think actually what Kiljardi was trying to do is force B to react and then tech, which is really smart. If he'd naked teched, then your opponent would have mirrored and you wouldn't have easily been able to get relics. Especially considering that Malian players can easily add in sofas early on, ever since it got moved to Feudal Age. But this way, it makes it look like B should be worried about the second wave, when instead, Kiljardi is just going to be waving goodbye to Feudal Age. And wait, what happened here? What happened? Oh no! This scout, 2 worker kills. He got both of them! B, he's vibing. That's an absolute disaster for Kiljardi. It also reveals what he's doing. Why would you build an outpost here? For the berries? Seems unlikely. There's a relic right there. That would make a lot more sense. So B, I think he knows exactly what Kiljardi's now doing. What an interesting reaction from B. He goes into the freeborn. All right, we just had him do Mansa Musafadi, which was becoming the rarest option. This is the second rarest. He's actually avoiding all the standard meta type builds we see, right? No Javelineers this series from Malians. Oh, this is cool. Regnant's slowly being built up by Kiljardi. He thought he was being so smart up until that scout. The outpost didn't even get cancelled. I guess maybe Kiljardi's like, okay, it keeps him here at least. So there's that. Thumbs up. He is going to be rushing those relics. Look at the timing on this. Double Monk coming. It's only a single mosque, mind you. But the problem is Kiljardi, like, he doesn't have a clear solution to Freeborn right now. Freeborn are actually pretty obnoxious in the early phases of the game. The idea of this is pretty cool because you're so early on, you're able to be super effective. Like, when the armies blob up, Freeborn just kind of melt a little, right? But, like, you can't build archers against them. You're going to have to go for something like Knights, and Knights is going to take a lot of time. Even Men-at-Arms, not really great at clearing, just because although they don't have melee armor, they have 175 HP. And reminder, B is only paying 125 resources for this. It's not a bad deal. Yeah, B's on a wild one today, by the way. If you didn't catch it, view the VODs, because we had a Knights Templar game where he built Genitors. I'm not going to talk about the outcome of that game, but he's pretty much just building all the units that no one else does right now. I think this is the funny thing about B. Like, sometimes you don't know if he's just vibing or if he's legitimately just found something new. And he has that effect on people where you just end up leaning in your seat, intrigued by the prospect. Like, what has he found? Is this something new? Tell me more. Freeborn numbers are starting to stack up, folks. I wouldn't mind seeing him adding in like a few Donzos. But that's apparently not on the sheets. No, like, it's just raw Freeborn spam. I mean, a quantity like this can actually trade out against the Knight. The problem is, because he's so close to the gate, he's not able to hit the max out with all Freeborns. Looks like the Relic is eventually going to get garrisoned inside. Remind us, Regnant, so it's key for Kiljardi to get at least probably 2 out of this to feel good about the state of the game. Problem is, there might not be 2 left. Look at the positioning B. He's already guarding the wide flank. He's got 1 home, second one coming in. The other's over here on the east, which he's also rushing towards. So this is going to be a 4-1 Relic game. B in a phenomenal position. Yeah, Kiljardi, I mean, lightning doesn't strike twice. We just had a Order of the Dragon game where you got 5 relics. Let's not push our luck. Villager does get sniped. Notice what B's trying to do as well, just trying to drag him out beyond the gate so you can actually strike at him. And great read to back away at that point. He's achieved what he wants. He's got 4 relics. Okay, so what next? Looks like we are getting Sofa. Reminder, though, that B has been playing off of limited resources. He's down to just 10 sheep. Kiljardi has his own problems. He has to start adding in farms now or finding external resources. New walls have a cool look next to the golden stone. Agreed. And I feel like we found the perfect measurement. So if you guys want to replicate this and try the arena mod, we used 10 tiles, I believe it was, away from the TC, which works for almost every map bar something like Carmel, because Carmel specifically spawns you much closer to your resources. But like on the big veins, you can see this puts you in a position where you could actually like outpost rush and hit them with arrow fire, or come in with like feudal archers and do damage. Man, Kiljardi is just getting all the bad news today, isn't he? He's like, oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I see there's a relic on here. There's nothing for us to fight over anymore, right? He doesn't seem convinced. Die, infidel. How dare you spread your Christianity here? He's prepping those sofas. Has yet to reveal it to Kiljardi, which is problematic because he's actually building into archers now. Archers that would get countered by Sofa, and even the knights can struggle there. Remember, this is an Arkin build. You don't have the mine work, so there's no +2 armor. That essentially makes you like a better Sofa. Nice shots going to Bloomery. Bloomery is actually a noteworthy increase. It's 10% damage increase. Actually more for the Freeborn. Sacred Sites also to be locked in, and I believe we should start seeing Cow soon. He can just keep eating Cow, right? He doesn't necessarily need to rush farms, which is the cool thing about getting all these relics, but I thought maybe he'd start considering ranches soon. I guess instead he probably wants to focus on remaining lean, as he's got to be expecting an attack from Kiljardi. I mean, A, you just took 4 relics from an HRE player, and B, it's Kiljardi. He did not re-wall. That's outrageous. By the way, guys, one interesting thing we discovered when making this mod, Hussein was telling me that, like, there are many things you can just spawn in the game spontaneously at certain points. Because these walls, they don't spawn before the game starts. They spawn once it begins. That opens up a lot of interesting possibilities for modders to explore. You're already talking about the idea of, like, you could technically have resources that spawn and maybe despawn. Care packages, essentially, that appear. Some gold income on the way with the Sacred Sites. Kiljardi is switching to crossbows, which is smart against the Sofa. Really frustrating, though, because you're doing it into Freeborn, which can kind of counterplay you. Freeborn doing reasonably well against the Knights. I'm not going to say incredibly well, because like the damage is pretty underwhelming. It's just the count that matters a lot. Despite the fact Kiljardi has enough Knights to win those type of fights, he hasn't got them all out and about. No, he's keeping a decent chunk of them at home. And what is that tree line? Sofas are going to get in. Looks like it's going to be 2 worker kills found. Other side of this, no pressure on the B. Now with a 6 worker lead. Already taking advantage of that extra tree at the back. Inspired Warriors Tech. Pretty cool idea by Kiljardi. The Freeborn are very low base damage, so actually getting +1 armor goes a long way. Also, Inspired Warriors is really nice when you're playing into Knights. It's a percentile damage increase, so 15% on 24 is actually quite high. It's like 3 blacksmith levels. The other cool thing is it just means you're going to have additional prelates to top off the health bars. So, you know, Kiljardi, he's kind of trying to replicate the Order of the Dragon idea, where when he was playing OTD earlier, you have these Gilded Knights that are very hard to kill, so you should be able to pull them away and top them off. Much harder with standard Knights, because your health bar is almost half the length. But still somewhat feasible because of the composition that B has chosen. Thinking about the Malian riches and how they disappeared. I mean, Europeans had something to say about it. Also, I'm pretty sure Malians had a very, very big issue with inflation. You have all this gold, but like, the problem of having gold is like, if you have too much gold released into your economy, it's not necessarily a good thing. Because like at some point, it's like if you, how to describe it? If you don't have everything you need internally as a country, like the value of your gold representation to what you need to buy really skews things where you probably pay ridiculous amounts of gold to get very basic things. Does that make sense? Yeah, like, I mean, an extreme example is if you live in the middle of a desert and you need water, you're going to pay me anything for water, right? I'm not saying that's exactly how it went down for them, but like commodities externally have that type of effect, especially when it's commodities you want. I mean, just look at the effect China had with their commodities on the rest of the world. There's a reason why the Opium Wars occurred. And it's because we produced nothing that China wanted, and we really, really wanted their stuff. So we forced something upon them that they didn't want, but they did want. Yeah, you should look up the Opium Wars. It really paints us in a douchey light. Man, Calm looking pretty good for B. This Sofa group is kind of scaring me a bit. Sacred Sites are not going to be a win condition on a map this wide right now. One thing to keep in mind, we are on Prairie. There is a corner trade post. And one of the players is playing Malian. So just lock that one into your brain. I don't know if we go that late. If we do, I really favor Malians though. Because HRE just didn't get their win condition, right? They're missing the relics. UK colonial history kind of paints a grey picture in general. I mean, if we're being totally fair, there's a decent chunk of those countries that when given their freedom, didn't do much better. We all kind of get painted in a grey picture that way. So for this run headfirst into a mess, he's going to back off. Kiljardi, is this counter-offensive time? He's leading a lot of the army into the center of the map. There's almost everything. Looking for an opening, but we are getting walls galore here. Yeah, man, like Prairie's usually quite hard to wall like this, but you give him that little booster seat, all of a sudden the possibilities, right? And the late game, there is some interesting things to consider here. Sometimes you consider Malians to just be trashed here, but with Farimba, they get a lot of quality, and also on top of that, things like Gunners perform very well. HRE recently got a big booster to the late game, and I think it was necessary. Their late game was just generic units before. Their only real upside in the hyper late game really was their economy, fueled by the Swabia timing and Regnit's relics. Like, if you think about HRE as a whole, as much as we're talking about them being broken, the reason why they felt broken at pro level is pro players are substantially better at using timings than casual players. They understand how to maximize what they can do at 15 minutes in a way that like someone at gold rank never will. So like, while you probably saw HRE didn't perform as ridiculously well, I still think they performed well, but not ridiculously well at like gold, plat, and silver, is the player might reach peak, but they didn't know how to end the game. Whereas like what HRE's big edge for a long time at pro level was, is I get these peak timings. Like, I understand that I have a better economy in feudal, so I can use it to end the game. Or I get to castle and I get these Regnits, which inflates me faster. The difference now is that HRE, despite taking some nerfs, they actually took a 10% nerf hit to the eco buff, got a different buff that makes them pretty interesting in the late game. Black Riders. Black Riders could be a very cool answer to a lot of things that Malians look to do, if he can get there. And that's a big if, because you can see B is looking to frustrate. Army is prepped defensively. A lot of it is either spears or range though, so like actually Freeborns is kind of the perfect answer to a lot of that. And in some ways, actually the Sofa's kind of self-griefing. Archer plus Freeborn should solve for a lot of what Kiljardi is doing here. I think that's why he just sent the Sofas on a separate raid. That does mirror the response from the Knights. B, hesitant to engage currently. I think he's waiting out the Inspired Warriors buff and just dragging him out of position for the clash. And here we go. Freeborn spreading out now. Spearman faster retreat, but heavy losses already. What, half of them almost just dead? And the crossbow's slower on the retreat means they're going to get exposed. Worse situation as well because Freeborn get the bonus against them. And Kiljardi in what feels like an unwinnable fight here. The Knights need to react, but the problem is the Sofas are mirroring the move. They're chasing from behind. He's coming in for the backstab. By the time he arrives, there's not going to be any army left to defend. Archer's just sweeping through the last of it. Once the crossbows are gone, the Sofas can just win. And Kiljardi, he looked to put up a good effort, a good fight here. But B's surge point is just too strong. Mansa Musafati may have failed him, but the Freeborn plus Sofa deliver the big boy dub for the Malians in Arena Prairie. Woo-wee! Okay, that was pretty cool. What a unique approach. I feel like we just don't really see Malians play that way. I mean, there's a lot of things we're seeing here that we don't normally see because the reality is we are talking about a different format. So that opens up so many different mutations and possibilities. But really, really cool game between the two. That game might be an uploadable one. Oh no, what did I just do with the file? Yeah, so here's an example, right? So like this one, I call it, you'd be like bait and switch. Completely ruined. Or ruined, right? And then you'd like brackets, show, scout, aggroing ball. Maybe that works. I don't know. But in my brain, that's like an example of what we were talking about earlier, where like you're kind of trying to provide a hint or a preview of like something interesting is about to happen. And well, something standard is about to happen. We're actually going to Dry Arabia next. So Dry Arabia. And it is going to be Delhi versus Byzantine. So remember, because Kiljardi lost with the Byzantines earlier, he has the right to pick them again. Delhi Biz is... Oh, man. Do we see this much these days? I know people want to see more Hippodrome games, but I feel like this is one of the matchups where you don't want a Hippodrome, right? Because I've seen it so many times. Like, in theory, the Hippodrome's really cool, because, like, if you snipe the first Scholar and you win the fight against Ghazi, you, like, win the game. The problem is, if you misread the timing, you get baited into using the ability, the Ghazi just run away. And you're just left holding your junk in your hand with nothing to show for it. Like, it's pretty freaking brutal, actually, the way I've seen that play out. Oh, let's run a minute and a half of ads, actually, while we've got time. Thoughtful KP doesn't want you guys to have to worry about ads in game. What do you guys think, though? You been enjoying the arena mode? It's definitely going to need some tweaks, but, like, overall, I've been pretty impressed with what we've had. I'm digging it. Who won Prairie? B won Prairie. Thank you, Fatbart. Appreciate you, mate. I do love raspberry lemon, but my god, does it need to be colder. Yo, what is up, Finn? Thank you very much for the sub, mate, and welcome back to the Swarm. Reminder, people, get those subs in. It's been a little bit sub-quiet today, which means a lot of people have been holding out. Got to remember to come back and do that every single month. Don't want to miss out on your sub streaks. Got quite some way to go on our plus goal, actually. I think we're only at 32 out of 100 for July. So plenty of a room on this fun boat for more subbers. Reminder, guys, it gets you a bunch of emotes, ad-free viewing experience, and it does support us on our content creator journey. When are you going to watch you? You're watching me right now. Wait, FabLab, did I miss your sub? I'm so sorry, mate. When was that? Oh, you're right, mate. I am so sorry. Thank you very much for that. 3 hours ago. Oh, that was that when we were having sound issues? That might be why, because at the start of the stream, we messed up our sound. Sorry about that. I feel really bad about that. Yesterday, Anatan gave us a raid. I messaged him after. I was like, oh my god, I didn't see it. Because, like, the way I've got, like, a sub-alert set up right now is that it feeds through the laptop, not through the headphones, right? So it's, like, kind of weird. I might have to come up with a different solution for that. But you know what? It's time. This new arena mode is pretty cool. It's time to put it to the test. Dry Arabia is the perfect place to see just how this fits in. We hop into game number 8. B on the verge of winning it all and looks to do so with the Delhi. Kiljardi takes the Byzantines. Reminder, we are on arena mod. This adds the full wall in as well as a king that can be a little bit of a liability. Yeah, excited to see how this one plays out as well, because Delhi, we haven't seen so far. Byzantines is a repick. Kiljardi lost with them earlier, and thus had the right to pick them again. B has been sitting on this Delhi pick. We have seen a lot of Byzantine players moving towards Hippodrome. And I'm not so convinced that, like, this is the matchup to do it in. There was a time where people really believed in going for the Hippodrome play into Delhi. The problem is, you press that button, and if you press it at the wrong time, you just lose the game straight away. Honestly, sometimes it feels like you're just playing Russian roulette. You press that button, you either win or lose the game. And if you guys want to try this mod, I see some people asking about it. It is available on Age of Empires 4. You just need to search Arena, it'll come up. Or you can search Hussein, that'll also bring it up. AoE 2 has bigger wood lines and stone walls? Johan, we've got you covered, mate. You can do all that. So in terms of customization with this game mode, the settings we've used is 10 tiles away from the TC and an extra 6 villages. But this mod's pretty cool. You can choose how far away the walls spawn. You can choose whether it's going to be wooden walls or stone walls. There's even something in the work from Hussein that will add points of interest to any map. I will warn you on that one. That one's a bit buggy at the moment because it spawns them all around the center. I've already given feedback to spread that out. But yeah, Hussein has been working hard on this mod. Really big shout out to him. Honestly, I feel like the modders are just unsung heroes. Man, we lost so many good modders over the years, I feel like, through burnout. I'm impressed we still have some very talented people like this. So King has been doing a little bit of scouting, a little bit of snooping. And Kiljardi, like, what is... what is that rotation? Alright, that's a little bit unique. Yeah, so you know how like there's two types of people in life, right? There are those that color starting from a corner across the canvas. And then there are those that like color the outside of what they're coloring in and then fill in the center, right? Actually, that's not true. There's those that just squirrel everywhere and those that like color the outside. We know which type of person Kiljardi is based on this scouting. Yeah, it just does the full outskirts. Tech up's now complete for B. Kiljardi's not too far behind. Also, not a bad position for the second berries, actually. Like, really close by. Worth adding in a gate. Actually, he's already got them. I think these are accessible on the tree line. They're a little bit weird, but they should be able to be walked through. You eat the pizza from the inside out? What is wrong with you, man? No, wait, that's a lie. There's two types of pizza eaters. There's those that, like, eat the pizza by cutting up in slices, and there are those that just use a knife and fork. Wait, that's not true. There's a third type of people. There's the ones that just basically like grab all the sides of the crust and then smush them together in the center and then dangle the center of the pizza over their mouth and just like swallow it whole. But you know, like that's a party trick type thing. That's almost like talking dirty. Anyway, Stables play coming in. So he is going to try to mirror Horseman despite the fact he doesn't have... Hippodrome. What's the peak play going to be here then, Merc-wise? Doesn't feel like Keshik is going to be that desirable. I mean, maybe Horseman Keshik. Because like the thing I'm thinking here is like Kiljardi, if you go longbows or javelins, you're very immobile. Now, this wasn't a Tower of Victory build, so like in theory, javelins can be pretty good here. Javelins used to suck into Tower of Victory for Byzantines because you just got outnumbered and killed. The extra attack speed made the difference. You eat the skin on the banana? I mean, why are you even, like, bothering to separate the skin from the banana? Isn't the banana just the banana? You're a weirdo. You don't just eat the whole thing? There's a picture of me in a book around my mum's when I was, like, 4 years old, holding a banana for a photo shoot and just, like, full-on getting ready to eat the whole thing, you know? Wait, they blend a pizza, make a pizza sauce, and put it on another pizza? Why? Why not just, like, blend the ingredients and put it on this pizza to start with? Congrats, you've just blended bread. Why are you blending bread? Why? That's like people that put rice in between two pieces of bread. What are we doing? I mean, that's at least different type, like the carb logic. God, this is tilting me. I tell you what, systems look really weird in Arena, don't they? He's filled out the base, though. He's filled it out good. I also just love the way that like there are resources hidden in the tree lines here. A little bit of gold gathering in the brush. This has been a surprisingly idle game. B's going castle. Well, color me a little bit surprised. I wasn't really anticipating a Delhi castle rush, but I guess with the extra economy, it's too risky not to. Like, especially Byzantines. Byzantines having an extra 6 villages goes a long way for the system rush. Because remember, they're a percentile scaler. So, like, having more workers earlier on is just so good for this system rush build. You want to know what's in the trade post? I mean, it's pretty close, right? He could have French knights. But then again, he wants to win the game. So we'll just get Lombos. There's also Magadai and Desert Raiders up here. But this wasn't a Hippodrome build, so we don't care. House of Learning coming through. Kiljardi's starting to mirror the age up, but he's going to be slower. Oh yeah, I guess that's like the better example. Imagine if you put pasta on a pizza. Like, why are you doing this? More people should definitely do that, though. What's up, Wicked Skies? I see you the sub, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. And here we go. He's going for the second group of berries that we talked about. And I just love the fact that we've got cherry blossom trees in general amongst the other biomes. I wish there was more of this intermingling of biome effects. Like, imagine... Okay, so, like, maybe I'm in a small category here and people actually like it this way. Like, imagine if instead of having, like, a snow biome, you had scattered snow pieces amongst, like, you know, rocky terrain. I quite like that. I think, like, that always reminds me of the generated world map that was created for our community games, and how there's no way of, like, having the Antarctica be snow, and then having, like, Africa be full, like, desert, and then having thick brush of trees for, you know, Europe, etc. Okay, so Golden Horn Tower is on the way, but B has a really good timing here. Yeah, map control is going to be key. He's rushing relics. And with the scholars, this should be feasible to achieve like at least 4 relics quite quickly. But the Lombos find the perfect intercept. Not able to get the kill though, and they have exposed themselves now to a Lancer. And the Horsemen are going to discover the skull on the west side. He's tanky, but not that tanky. So great read by Kiljardi anticipating this. He's still miles away from his own age up. And, you know, last game we saw a really big issue for Kiljardi in the way his relic timing got blocked out. I think we're about to see it again. Relic grab on the east side. It's only double horseman on the west, which is good enough. But solo horseman here isn't going to be able to stop this. Lancer hasn't now also arrived. Halloween biome? Do you guys remember the, what was the mystical biome? Do you know what I'm talking about? I think it was when they added the monsters. The thing was, like, looking at that biome was like licking acid. I'm just going to, like, straight up go acid. I'm not even going to complicate it. Just licking acid off the floor and consuming mushrooms. That was a trippy one. I remember casting a game of that on a micro map. I was like, yeah, micro is enough, thanks. Oof, this is painful though. Lombo count. That's a lot of losses. I mean, the Lancer's already farmed up kills. And wait, the path of Kiljardi. It looks like he was trying to start a step, but not pulling far enough. Which is going to lead to more losses. Just about gets that extra Lombo home, but I mean, worth. He killed, was it 5 LB for a single Lancer? Absolutely worth it. Crossbow switch coming from Kiljardi. B is just sending full heavy armor. Interesting considering his opponent is now aged up. The other problem of going into men-at-arms Lancers is like you're encouraging your opponent to do crossbows, which means you also can't do war elephant. What? This is a B classic, isn't it? Oh my god. I feel like his dad right now. You can't do that. You're not my parent. I'm going to do what I want. He's building every single unit possible that gets countered by crossbows. He did just see crossbows for the first time. So in fairness, you could forgive him for not knowing he's countered. You know, like that kid that says, I don't need you, Dad, and then realizes he needs someone to pick him up from band practice. But something tells me is he going to maybe just go a different type of elephant now? Because at this stage, Kiljardi is getting a little bit ranged heavy. And it is double archery range. So if you just go into the big tower elephants, you counterplay again. The question now is whether Kiljardi anticipates it. I mean, how would he, right? Like, what information does he have that he can ordain? Lancers are catching him walking out for the ball. Nice read there by B. Every little counts here. Trickle damage adding up. You need it as well against that effective assistance, but the relics are already balancing it in favor of B anyway. Yeah, only one relic that isn't going to be claimed by the 3D clan member. And that's because Kiljardi has put his entire army here. You know what disappoints me about Delhi? They need more elephants. We've got a ranged elephant. We've got a melee elephant. Where's the siege elephant? Where's the elephant worker? Where's the elephant drop-off? Where's the swimming elephant? Where's the petard elephant? Exploding elephants is actually what I need in Age of Empires 4. We could kindly fix that, thank you. That would be the best. That would be the best mirror in Age of Empires 4 history. Just explosive elephants. We should also have it so that catapults can shoot tiny baby elephants at the enemy. Just as heavy as rocks, so just as effective, really. Please don't report me to PETA. Okay, so what's the win condition of these two players now? B's just pivoted into full archers, so it feels like he's leaning into Castle Age. Kiljardi, was he maybe, I don't want to say hunkering down because I know the type of player Kiljardi is. But I think he was maybe considering a later phase of the game. We do now have the Grove starting to come in. He's got his good berry batch on the backside. Like, the goal for him now is going to be scale into mass Groves, especially with his Horseman play. Which, by the way, is a soul read. Like, B gets countered by that pretty hard. Wouldn't be surprised if B just takes the age up now. He's up to 13 scholars. Once you're about 20, Imperial Age feels pretty good. And he definitely has the gold to allow for it. Actually, yeah, we should definitely have elephant traders. I don't know why we don't. Oh, wait, are we back on the fire pig conversation again? Yo, I would love to see fire pigs. Okay, so, like, I said I don't want to copy AoE2. I said we tried this game mode inspired by AoE2 to see how it functioned in AoE4. And I think it actually has some credence to it, by the way. One thing I outright want to steal from them, though, and I think we can all agree, is flaming camels. Flaming camels is just one of the, if not the most comical unit to watch. I need it. A little Ibid buff, maybe? Or is that secretly the Abbasid buff? So B has started to reinvest, by the way. He got Sacred Sites locked in temporarily, just not very long. I think my concern for B is, you know, you've got a good lead right now. You found worker kills over time. Relics look good. The Sacred Site wing condition not very feasible. Unless you start rushing into the castles. With Free on Stone, he's definitely not rushing, but that's to be expected. Typically, you see people lean hard into mass castles for Delhi. I'd say around 65 to 75 eco. That's when, like, you can afford to stick 10 people on stone and it doesn't just kill your production. You need laser crocs from AoE 3. Wait, did Age of Empires 3 have laser crocodiles? I mean, Age of Mythology had laser crocodiles. I didn't realize that AoE 3 did as well. Okay, so we said the other day, actually, Houndmasters would be really cool. I'd love to see, like, an attack dog unit where maybe it's like a mobile production building. You pay a little bit to summon a dog, and when you lose them, you have to replace them, sort of thing. Hawk Masters or something like that would also be cool. So, you know, just attack birds. Just a button that unleashes the pigeons. What other things would there be? Like, other animals that'd be cool? You need a snake tamer. Just attacking with the pythons. Okay, no. Like, the goal is you want to try to keep it... I don't want to say realistic. I hate that word in gaming. But, like, believable. Rhinos? Yeah, maybe like a Malian variant. For either, like, rhinos or hippos. I mean, like, yeah, once again, though, that might be stretching it. Were there examples of rhinos and hippos being tamed and used for war? I feel like hippos in particular you would never be able to convince. We have got mass springles, by the way, which feels like B playing comfort, not playing logic. There's not really much of a reason to have springles, guys. Lombos counter springles hard. In fairness, though, like, you can kind of see the thought process from B. He probably expected Limitane to answer his elephants. They don't exist. What scares me a bit about B's comp is actually, if this had been Horseman from Kiljardi, this comp just dies, right? Like, you have crossbows to clear the war elephants, and then Horseman clears everything else. But that would involve Kiljardi actually having plenty of ponies to pump. His food income instead is, quite frankly, underwhelming. Oh, that's true. Why don't we have a chariot unit after this time? Would it have fit for Iabids to have that? Because like they kind of loosely represent Egypt. I guess it's the wrong time period. I think that's actually why we don't have chariots in AoE4. It doesn't fit the time period, does it? No. Like chariot warfare had started to fall off pretty hard by like the 8th century, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely by 10th, I want to say. Siege coming in. B's had enough waiting around. Kiljardi did just get a glimpse of what he's up against here. A lot of Springolds. This is actually a pretty insane number of Springolds. Oh, we're going to see Lombos trying to defend. The walls are not going to last long. Maybe we should have made them stone walls. Kiljardi's probably risking that we made them stone walls right now. As the break comes through. Mangodown placements are going to be on the way. He needs to draw some attention to buy enough time, though. Cataphracts could actually trample on top of the Springolds. They're not doing so. No, they're just A-clicking their way through. The Mango's now arriving. Should be enough to scare him off. And also, the Mango in placement with the Lombo sniping out the Springolds now. Elephant's just wasting a lot of time here trying to get rid of the infrastructure. It means they're not trading out against the army. But B, he's doing enough damage in these choke points. The Springolds, sure, they're meant to be countered by Lombos, but not like this. Repair crew comes in. He snipes it down. He shuts him out. And we will not be seeing a game number 9 in our BO9. Nah, B, he's looking to lock it in now. On the verge of doing so, Kiljardi has been picked to the bone. No food income after the farms get shut down, and no doubt about it, B will end this with a deli. Doing Reddit a phenomenal favor. They can share this around on that platform and moan at the devs about why the elephant needs enough. Wait, where was the king going? All right, Kiljardi, he's like, I go out on my own terms. Almost got sniped there. Kiljardi's just min-maxing this. He's trying to sustain off of the king's health bar, but GG comes in. A formidable performance out of Kiljardi, but B just so undeniable. It's going to be a 5-3 to round us out. Let me know what you guys thought about this game mode. Do you actually like the idea of the arena mode? Did you feel like it added a lot of difference or didn't change too much? Drop your thoughts down in the comments down below, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, but we are not done. No. Let me check with the boyos. They're ready to go. Ah, there it is. So next up, we've got Voldemar and Scatbrained in a BO5. So let me update it. This one is going to be a bit tamer. I didn't want to like. I was like, so originally, like, so what happened is like Scatterbrain and Kiljardi both messaged me around the same time, and I was like, they've done me a solid. They're willing to play. I want to facilitate both. So we set up a second show match between Scatterbrained and Voldemar because on a play like a skill level, I felt like that was also going to be better. No offense to the players, but I think they don't mind me saying like B like is very challenging for both of them. Whereas Kiljardi is like proving himself to be more on B's level. So 1 second. One second. I need to fix this draft, don't I? Customize this preset. Oh, that's why. All right. Sorry, I sent them the wrong preset. So basically, we're going to have a BO5 now. Pretty tame in terms of maps. I thought like we have a few curveballs. So we've got things like Mongolian Heights in there, Scandinavia, and Dry River. But you'll see Gorge, Dry Arabia as well. I wanted to like, I don't know, we haven't got KPM at the moment, so I want to have a nice balance of like realms in which they can, you know, exist and have a good time. So the boyos should begin the draft shortly. In fact, they're now going to begin the map draft. So let me get that in map draft set up. And then also Civ draft ready to kick off. So this one's only going to be a BO5 by comparison, so not as long, in theory. But it should be a fun one. Like, these two have been on the up and come, right? Like, Voldemar has been improving. He's done a great job making the EDC Master Summers. We won't talk about the result once he got there. A lot of people had a rough time there. But Scatterbrain has also been another interesting one. If you guys remember, Scatterbrain actually barely missed out on EGC Master Summers in the qualifier. So he went all the way into the final round. And I think it was it? It's a 3-2 if I remember correctly. No, sorry, it's 3-0. 3-0 by Kiljardi. But if I remember correctly, in qualifier 1, was that the one where he had the close call? I'm trying to find him now. Okay, no. Oh, yeah, actually, wait. Was it the previous tournament? I remember Scatterbrain had some good runs recently. But, like, 3-0 against Kiljardi sounds rough, but, like, Kiljardi was very much the expected player. But he was just one series away from making the main event, which is pretty good. And yeah, also, like, it's nice to kind of shine a light on new players coming in. Just sending a message, and I'll send across to devs. Also, let me know if there were maps you felt actually improved by using that mode. All right, there we go. Yeah, I'm just getting feedback for saying, so you can try to iterate that further. But the boyos, how are we looking? What would they ban? So ban-wise, we are not going to be seeing Mongolian Heights or Pigeons View. But Scandinavia is going to be making an appearance. Gorge will be our default map to begin with. And Scatterbrained, well, because Scandinavia is in there, it's an absolute jackpot to get your hands on Knights Templar. Also Dry River. There's actually multiple maps where Knights Templar are really good here. Voldemar does get the ridiculous Lancaster response. But I just realized, last series, we didn't have a Lancaster pick. Let me double check. Did they ban it? They must have banned it. Because my brain is like, wait, why is there no Lancaster now? Yeah, it was banned out by both. Lancaster is just such an infuriating civ to deal with. I feel like no one likes having to deal with it, right? So Byzantine's now coming in for Voldemar. Iabids could actually be like surprisingly effective on multiple maps here. Dry River and Scandinavia comes to mind. Mongols is also a high prior pick. We see it's already been prior banned away, so Voldemar is reserving that for last. I love that Scatterbrain comes in with the Ottomans. It's a pick that has remained pretty sturdy as a like mid-tier pick. Japan is also still available for him. He banned that, so they split Japanese and Mongols. So Scatterbrain won't go for that next. French for this type of map configuration, I don't think is like super high value, but it's a nice filler for just maybe something like Dry Arabia. It does get the Malians. Malians has become very popular in Frisian. Do you guys notice that? New Frisian, we're seeing a lot more Mali picks than like we did in Old Frisian. I think Old Frisian just, it was never on the mindset, but the new one seems to have had some like credence towards it. Sorry, I'm just double checking some in the background. It's weird. I need to double check my Kinect ports because I just noticed I've been getting like some pink pixelation recently on my monitor. It's since we added in the capture card, but I think it's got something to do with like the PC components causing it. Bit weird. I'll keep an eye on that. I'm looking it up now, and some people like it might have something to do with like a hardware or driver issue. It might be... Oh, it began when we updated to the beta drivers for the GPU. I think that might be causing it. Interesting. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. It's weird because it comes and then like you move anything on the screen and it goes. And it's also only really ever happening in browsers. Odd. I mean, if it was a hardware issue, it would have existed for a lot longer. But please, continue your burning hate of a brand that like is beating the others. Okay, so rounding out, we did end up getting French for Voldemar, and they split the Middle Eastern civs. I think, like, actually, Abo or Ibids is a very interesting curveball to throw into Scandinavia specifically, but it also makes sense for Dry River. It just gives you a little bit of robustness. Opening map, remember, is going to be on Gorge. Probably just Lancaster. With this type of map pool, Lancaster makes a lot of sense. And if Scatterbrain's suspicious of a Lancastrian pick, what's your best solution? Knights Templar's not really going to be a good sell on Gorge. Does he just put Shushi out there? That's tricky. I feel like people usually like to save Shushi for something like Scandinavia, right? Let's have a look and see where our boyos are going to be going. You could technically Ottomans. I just don't think it really has any upside on Gorge. Japan, yeah, but like Japan has good flexibility between Dry River, Frisian, and even Scandinavia, actually. Malians, a lot of people like Malians as kind of a comfort pick for Gorge. I wouldn't call it crazy good, but like it's serviceable. I do feel like sometimes like it's a pick that gets overrated a bit for Gorge. But I think that's because like the whole idea is while it's not the best, it's just kind of like a jack of all trader. Like quite often at the moment, I feel like Malians fits that role, but it's gonna be Byzantines versus Ottomans. I guess that makes sense from Voldemar's POV. Like you either go Dry Arabia Byzantines or you go for Gorge. You could technically make them work on Dry River, but it's more about fish than the berries. Like Rocky River, yes. Dry River, not so much. And Frisian has been somewhat popular. If you guys remember, for example, the Canadians actually quite enjoyed playing the Byzantines. They'd usually do like 2TC type builds. We also saw Beastie do Byzantines recently in S-tier tournaments. But no, it's going to be the opening picks. So let me get them in for Gorge. So Biz up against Ottomans. Matchup which has started to skew back towards Ottomans more recently, by the way, guys. Yeah, like history is actually starting to serve its true original purpose. Let me just tell them. I'm going to tell them to only put a 2-minute delay so we don't have too long to wait. What I'll do now as well is I'll run... Oh, I can't run ads. It just ran ads again. It always runs ads when you don't want it to. Twitch just has an instinct for messing you around like that. Oh, I just realized Scatterbrain's name is horribly long. Why does it struggle with that many characters? Might need a solution for that. Other than just calling him S-brained, which is what a lot of us have to do, I've noticed. So what's the character limit? Is it like... Oh god, yeah, it's literally just like 8 characters, which is not a lot. Is anyone longer than 8? Marine Lord, yeah, dude, like if you put Marine Lord... Oh, sorry, didn't someone ask a question about Marine Lord earlier? I'm sorry, I didn't answer it. Was it like, why doesn't Marine Lord play in these? I mean, I stopped asking because I think for Marine Lord, especially when there's an S tier tournament round, he wants to focus on that. And even when there's not an S tier tournament around, it's like monetarily, he'd usually just rather relax than playing them. Marine Lord's the type of player that would usually rather put all the time into prepping himself for the bigger tournaments than playing all the show matches and small things. I guess there's exceptions. So like the exception would be he would probably be up for like if it was a BO5 and the payout was over $100. But like I'm trying to be financially responsible, not silly, with the spend. So for example, like those boys were playing a BO9 for $75, which is like, it's not world-changing money, but like I don't make money, right? Like if I had more money to give, I'd give more money, right? But it's all about scale point logic. Like someone of a Beastie or a Marine Lord, Beastie like in Marine Lord, yeah, and like Drongo size could probably afford to just do $200 show matches, whatever, and ton of profit. But me, no. Hopefully, eventually. In some ways, it sounds depressing to say that I can't afford that, but I mean, is it really depressing? Like, imagine we've done 8 of those. So if you've done 8 $200 show matches a month, that would cost you $1,600. Doesn't sound very cheap to run tournaments when you put it like that, does it? I mean, ML's not just focusing on prize money. It's also the team money that comes through the fact that he's able to deliver good performances in S-tier tournaments. All right, here we go. Let's get ready to hop into this one. It smells like history. And it smells like a good piece of history. It's time for the fall of the Byzantines, or maybe the rise of the Phoenix from the ashes. I love this matchup right now. It does help that I'm a Europa Universalis nerd that loves to play Byzantine challenge runs, because Voldemar is going to be looking to challenge the Ottomans with his Byzantines, while Scatterbrained will be wielding Ottomans in this one. Game number 1 of our best of 5 show match for HIMS Cup number 10. Part 2. And Ottomans has been pulling it back, guys. Yeah, this is a matchup that for a very long time contradicted history. We were seeing Byzantines rolling over Ottos, but Ottomans have got a new paint job in 2025. More than once, right? The meta shifted in a way that saw them become viable, and then even more so, the change now with these Vizier points has offered up new paths that never existed before for Ottomans. You know, things such as the Akinji, 2TC play, all of a sudden on the table. But we're going to kick off with a good old Dark Age Rush, and Voldemar is going to mimic to react. Very smart play by Scatterbrained. You get the racks really cheap, and this is a true counterplay into Byzantines. Byzantines is the most outpost rushable civ in Age of Empires 4. Full stop. Nobody else gets pummeled and punished as hard. Especially with a spawn like that. Oh, God. Double berry? Double berry Alan? No. He has started to prep the Matane, but this is like a tricky thing to defend with. In the early days when Mongols would play against Byzantines, we saw that Byzantines' answer was to go Limitane. And at first it seemed really cool until you realize that, yes, you get more health, but you pay more resources. And you primarily pay food. And food is the thing that runs out the fastest. So, like, you have to be very careful here not to play an extremely long Dark Age. Otherwise, it does you a disservice. Yeah, we were just talking about, like, the price of doing prize pools and whatnot. And yeah, like, doing $200 on an individual show match is very, like, hard to sustain. I'd love for us to be at that size. Like, I reckon if we became, for example, a 1,000 CCV streamer, yeah, we could probably afford to like push out money for show matches at like 150, 200 bucks twice a week or something like that. That's my dream. Like I've said before, you know, our goal when it comes to KPMM in the past, these show matches, and just our content in general, we're looking to scale to a point where we're able to provide part of a living, if not the full living eventually, to the players within the scene, but also live ourselves. Let me translate it another way, folks. We're trying to do esports without bankrupting. I know, a rare concept, not done anywhere else. So we have got Scatbrain going up to the 6 spears and stopping. Voldemar is more or less mirrored, like 5 spears. Yes, I know the maths is like it's 20% less, but he has got a decent chunk more health to work with. And remember, his goal of the Limitane isn't to win a Dark Age fight. It's to be able to gather gold without being harassed off. And 5 spears is good enough for that. Because the thing is, if Scatbrain comes close, you've then got 2 pseudo spears. The villagers can join in. It's actually interesting, by the way, because I was talking about this to be like, who would be a viable opponent for you or the ones come in from the 3D clan? And I was like, would Cat work? And he actually was like, actually, right now, I think Scatterbrain, which is very intriguing to say. And I mean, that's coming from B, right? A very talented player. I think Cat and Scatterbrain at peak, you still favor Cat, but it shows you that Scatterbrain has been putting in the grind time, which is why I'm excited for these two, right? Like, these are 2 players that I think they play the game reasonably well, quite well, actually, at like a high level. The challenge is maybe figuring out how to navigate against the absolute top players. And then I'd say with them, like, they both have different quirks around drafting. Voldemar, I think, understands drafting a bit better. But Scatterbrain is picking the game up at a much more rapid pace, if that makes sense. Scatterbrain has a very unforgiving playstyle. I think that kind of fits with the brainchild of 3D Clan as well. Like, 3D Clan is very much about, like, how do I open and punish? They also don't shy away from micro. You might notice this about, like, Scatterbrain matches as well. They actually love water maps. Yeah, they quite frequently will seek them out. They bathe in it. They roll in it like a pig and crap. Like, I still remember reading Cat, for example, just basically saying that, you know, he wishes there was more water maps. So Minimum Redresser coming in, Grand Winery on the other side. Man, we just had the Arena mod game mode with double villager start, and it's actually crazy how much slower the game now feels. Looking to spawn. The berries didn't get blocked out, so I think Voldemar is actually in a pretty happy position. We are also talking about a matchup where typically you don't see pro scouts on either side. So that's something to consider, as that's not like the big prior. I wouldn't mind seeing the Ottomans just play out onto the deer on the south side, though. Like, actually, Scatterbrain got a really good spawn. Double deer, double gold. Like, it's bad spawn if you get attacked. It's a good spawn if you're the attacker, because it means you play pocket economy without much idle time running around. It's kind of perfect. Because Byzantines these days don't really play aggressor. Not with Grand Winery. No, they've defaulted to being a very defensive civ now with these system builds. We are going to be getting that system build, by the way. Pushes free onto the stone. Okay, what was predictions like on this one? 69% for Scatterbrain. Nice. Anyone else noticed how a lot more people these days are predicting on Ottoman wins? It's funny, just a few months ago, it was kind of like seen as a meme. Why would you ever predict on Otto? I feel like most games, when we see Ottomans come out, they actually have the favorable percentage, regardless of the players. Still only Limitane, but Switch Up's going to be on the way. And he has chosen Western contract, so Longbows to come. Longbow Limitane is kind of interesting into Ottomans, because like your opponent can play Sipahi archers as a mirror. Where Longbows really get their edge is playing into the Castle Age. Where Byzantines, sorry, get their edge with Longbows playing into the Castle Age, right? Because all of a sudden, like, you can't go Janissaries. In Imperial Age, you can't go Janissaries, because Longbows is like one of the best counters to the Janny massing. Sabai is still a looming threat, but like that's where Limitane also really start to overperform, because they mitigate a lot of the Janissary damage, and they also have the movement speed to easily mirror and block Sipahi. Oh, we do have Imam point. You can tell this guy's been practicing with B, huh? I mean, this is something that's been taking over. I think it's infecting a lot of the community now. The all-in Imam timing is risky, but if you can find the payoff, if you can find the timing, it just puts you miles ahead. What's scary is he's doing this into Lombo contract. If Voldemar gets enough olive oil for double Lombo, this fails. Because Lombos, remember, they only have 90 HP. Imams are my brain today. Imams only have 90 HP. Lombos do 6 damage per strike. So you get 10 of them, you 2-hit kill these guys. With the extra range, it's very easy to find Imams overextending against you. Horseman switch is now on the way. This is what I was waiting for Voldemar. Limitane Lombo doesn't feel good. You have to go back towards the Horseman. A bit of poke coming in. Is going to engage with the clash. Blacksmith upgrades do not exist on either side. Voldemar, good timing, but maybe let's not overextend here. The scary thing is he doesn't know when the meta's coming. The meta changes everything. The meta is the meta. Imam heal. I mean, he's not sniping them. No, Voldemar, he has to dive deeper. He's dealing with the Spearman instead. So just trying to offset the healing entirely. That means at this rate, it's going to be Archers versus Lombos with healing on their side. And you're seeing it's not working out. Voldemar needs to retreat. Loses a decent chunk. 60% of his Archer mass. A fight that definitely favors Scatterbrain. Voldemar just overly aggressive here. Yeah, I mean, he got the pushback. I think he played this very well at the start. But where this started to unravel is he didn't wait for the second Lombo group. Something panicked him here. And I wonder if it was the meta timing that he was worried about. Either way, he comes out much worse for it. Scatterbrain now with a substantial military lead. No military schools, mind you, but who cares? This is the type of lead you can build off of. The Imams are going to allow you to start kind of trickle healing and snowballing in a military lead if you keep pressuring. Remember, for Voldemar, really the golden number is 15. If you can get 15 Lombos, Imams are insta-dead. I like that Scatterbrain actually keeps on ranged armor to offset that threat. He has got the gold necessary to rush towards Undermesh now, which would be a huge deal. Wow, catches him going to the berries. Of course, Voldemar, he can't get more mercs now. So Archers can just chase this away. Needs to respect the arrow slits at least. Forces the cancel on the outpost. Interesting that Voldemar's stepping up, because I actually think Scatterbrain can take him here. Needs to be really delicate about this. The Imam almost going down. That would have been huge, guys. Once one Imam dies, the second one usually follows, because they can't heal themselves. No, they're fantastic AoE healers. Apparently, their words just convince everyone they're not dying. They can't convince themselves. They need a brother to heal them up. Someone to give them a pep talk. Unlike those silly dervishes, who, when they feel like they're about to die, the camel just talks to the rider and they feel good again. I imagine it does something like just mimicking the words woobar at them, and that makes them feel better about it. It's like, oh, wow, I'm not dead. Scatterbrain. He's going to be able to block out that outpost. Voldemar just, I think he needs normal archers, maybe? Or you just blob horsemen, but the problem is Voldemar, if I'm not mistaken, 9 sheep doesn't give you a lot of runway for horseman play. And your opponent's already in Sipahi. Sipahi destroy horsemen. The extra range, the extra damage, health, then obviously things like the melee armor possibilities. Voldemar just kind of looks stuck, guys. Yeah, this is turning into the long siege of Constantinople. I wonder, are we considering military schools anytime soon? No, so Scatterbrain's just going to continue with the standard army comp. And why not? I mean, Sipahi scales so well into castle. Archers hold their own as well here. I think Scatterbrain's win condition is just hit about 60 military and then send it. Because Voldemar has nowhere to run from here, really. He has added in a few olive groves, but it's trickle when it comes to olive oil. It's not giving him the long road timing he needs. Cross coming in. Spahi. We're going to look to engage. Heals back to try and expose the Limitane. Credit to him, actually. Vodemar held well with the Horseman there. Didn't take too much damage, but the Limitane count is not high. No, and the Spahi, there's enough of them. 7 left alive. They'll clear the way. And now they can touch down the outpost. Yeah, great read. Look at what he done there. He respected the damage of the Spearman much more. Melee armor made the difference there. Now, it did cost him both of the imams, mind you. I mean, he's built a bigger military lead, but the question is, was it worth it? If he can get the outpost kill, sure. He's going to just dive back in for it. A lot of idle villagers, because the TC is fully garrisoned. I wonder if Scatterbrain could just do a ram instead. Yeah, and he agrees. This is like so unnecessary, that second dive. If you're not going to commit, you're just basically evening up the game again. Yeah, I'm wondering if Scatterbrain really needed to send it that hard. I mean, he had good pressure. He knew his opponent could access outside resources, so he has to go Groves. Looks like Scatterbrain is now considering the Castle Age, but probably could have came in a lot sooner with this as a win condition. Either that or you add in the Rams before that first dive. Like a Ram... So interesting thing here, guys. And kind of underrated. Imagine that you have a Ram with the Imam. Not only does it rhyme, it also wins you the game. Because one Ram, and you clown card the Imam, you just keep coming in and out as the Lombos try to kill you. And it's clown car healing. It's like it's so dirty if you've got the micro for it. Because all you're doing is wasting the Lombo shots, not being able to hit you, and you're getting trickle healing in between. And there you go. Philly's like, they heal in the ramps. Even better. So you can just take the passive heal if you want, which is pretty good at this stage. Like 1 health doesn't sound like a lot until you realize that, you know, it's only 70 HP on a lot of your units. And damage spread matters a lot there. Especially in like a Sipahi versus Horseman fight. Horseman dive? What the what? Huh? Okay, well, Ram's moving in. Scatterbrain teching up. Voldemar looking on the verge of death here. The military count is quite even now. Quality is the difference that matters, though. He's going to go for the melee mush. Ram gets another shunt out. He sets a fire to the outpost. And now I assume he's going to be camping this. Yeah, villagers will try to go for the repair, but the archers can snipe them down. Starts to lose multiple villagers here. Does get enough repair in there to get rid of the fire. So good defense from Voldy. Mehmed Imperial Armory now being rushed, though. Scatterbrain pulls an additional 10. Okay, and Voldemar, he has been holding some resources in reserve, so he will be slow to the age up. But he can mimic it, and also keep in mind that Imam loss earlier for Scatterbrain means he does not have an immediate relic grab. Nice read to get the outpost up, so there won't be any easy raid onto these berries. We are seeing bigger risks now, though. Voldemar plays out to the eastern flank. And you see how the Imams changed everything, though. Those Imam losses, like, if they were still alive right now, I think Scatterbrain's army count is 35, 40, even with attack. Because he wouldn't have lost troops. Like, look at these health bars. This is the situation where Sipahi doesn't feel fun to play. Because it just has such a high risk of loss. Scatterbrain now. It's going to be a manga opening, which is absolutely fine against Lombos. Preferable here. He's prepping the Lancers. Actually, ooh, he switches everyone to Springolds. So why would he choose Springolds against Lombos? I think he's expecting Voldemar to build a lot more Limitane, so he just wants to clear the way for Sipahi and Knights. Horseman will sneak in. Nicely played by Voldemar, so idles him out on the food. Great read as well. Remember, you can see the dead deer through the fog of war, so you know when your opponent moves out. That was almost an instant reaction after you got the space to do so. Gives himself a few worker kills plus the idle time. Alleviates the pressure, but the return fire comes in. Scatterbrain! He finds the right target. Villagers out on the berry, and it turns into an absolute bloodbath. All going down. No witnesses to the crimes here. Okay, apparently we leave one. Barely. Tell the tale of what happened. Voldemar Tech up complete. Is he okay in this position? So with the system effect, he's still actually competing on raw economy. Scatterbrain has yet to start adding in military schools. He only has the Mehmed Imperial Armory. So I say Voldemar's kind of okay here. The thing that's going to get scary is the relics. The relics is going to be that compounding effect. You want it because you need extra olive oil. It's the most efficient way of getting it at this stage in the game. And Scatterbrain is going to want it for the Mass Knight strat. Anyone else find it a bit surprising this game doesn't feel almost already over? I do a little bit. With the way that Scatterbrain opened the Feudal Age, I actually thought we were getting a 15-minute GG. Valdemar, he's done well to pull it back. To remain in competition. He even manages to sneak himself a relic home. More than you really would have expected here. Scatterbrain, has he got food issues? He's moving for the berries now. The deer did get idled out. A bit of a rough outpost placement. Would have probably liked to have seen it a bit deeper so that it puts you close to having a retreat point for the gold and the deer. Oh, you are going to go hunting, but at this stage, Voldemar, would it have been nice to got these berries? Yes. Does it kill your economy if you don't? No. Grove count is looking groovy. He's sitting pretty comfortable at 16 currently. He has also got the deer pack in the corner. Not usually the most desirable. You usually want the olive oil. But it's a very safe resource because it's just so wallable. Yes, whatever they said. If you didn't realize, I don't speak Greek. Prostagma. I can do a few words, that's about it. Scatterbrain, haven't we been here before? We're just going to keep doing the same dance on the same location, huh? He's going to dive past this time. Start to reach into the farms. Big idol being achieved. Knights are going to be diving deeper. Voldemar, Limitane have not been vetted up. And the Knights just bypass them entirely. He goes straight after the longbow mass. Great dive here. Scatterbrain now able to turn around with the archers to trade out. Cataphract's now arriving. The ranged armor is allowing Scatterbrain to stay here for so long, though. And he's ignoring those catters. He knows the archers are going to die to this, but it's worth it if he trades out everything else. Voldemar, he will be able to survive this dive. But remember, a lot of out of time was achieved there. And the Lancers are going to ride out in the right direction. It's 10 knights still, the Ottomans. And no, he fights the TC. Oh, that is disastrous. Yeah, no, you turn and you dive, okay? You put your swimming trunks on and we go in the deep end, big boy. Oh my god, he just gets wiped. All right, that was well played by Voldemar. The hesitation from Scatterbrain, I think, cost him maybe 1 or 2 extra worker kills. But Textile's coming in clutch there. So Voldemar does make him pay for it. TC drop will now be a success. I cannot believe this, man. Kiddo's having a good time. That looked like the type of moment that loses you half of the TC builders, if not more. But that trample through, the body block follow-up, the intercept was just on point from Voldy. And now the counter-offensive underway because Scatterbrain just tossed away all of his cavalry. Now, someone's going to say that he done so on KP's advice. I refute that fact. You couldn't hear me. I'm not to blame, I swear. Scatterbrained. He has come out ahead in the relic game, but I'm kind of shocked that Voldemar got 2 in the end. With the map control that Scatterbrain had, I thought this was a 4 relic game guaranteed. Villagers are going to get found out, but the crossbowman there should be able to protect eventually. Trample's going to make it a little bit awkward. Actually does draw fire on the crossbows instead. All right, hunker down, folks. We're going late game in Gorge. I can already sense it. It really feels that way. Do we have melee schools? We do. Scatterbrain has started to litter them in. So he's thinking, what, 3? No, only 2 out of 4. It's a little bit weak on the production right now. And 3 TC.
Now you're my sugar.
So we've got to talk about this. We also got to talk about that amazing raid. Thank you very much, Paper Cup. Hope you had a good stream, mate. Welcome to our second HIMS Cup show match of the day. You guys just missed out on an epic arena mod show match. We're now getting to something a little bit more tame. Although the way these two are playing is a little bit unhinged in my eyes. The Matane, staggered retreat. He's going to try to cover him here. Springald's not quite in range to clear it, but I'm a little bit surprised he's actually backing up here. The Sapahi, I thought we'd try and rotate them past on the Lombos. Feels like the Springalds are now overextended. Voldemar able to give pursuit. And the Springs are slow, so you can snipe them down. Yeah, this is rough right now. Voldemar taking a big lead. The crossbow Springalds are just going to get you killed on the retreat. They're going to die either way, so you might as well just turn and burn. Instead, he tries to defend them. He is now finally running past. That's what we want to see last time. But a second wave of spam is now coming in to make matters worse for Scatterbrain. It's going to allow Voldemar to keep kiting. As long as he gets the Lombos out, he's actually quite happy. This is the kill point scale. The kid, he needs to just get more and more Lombos. Tane still trickling in, but Scatterbrain, for the time being, is at least competing on Lance account. I'm curious to see if he can actually keep this up for much longer, though. Okay, he's got farms coming in, so it could work out well. Hey, I think we made the right call. We said we wanted to have these two facing off because it should be, like, neck and neck. Definitely feels that way so far. Do we have more melee schools, finally? Okay, he's prepping some stuff. He's got what he needs. Like, actually, Scatterbrain can just drop 2 military schools right now. And I think that would alleviate a lot of his problems. Because the issue you're running into is Voldemar's now scaling that Lombo count. It's 23. It didn't lose much in the last dive. And now, look at the growth count. It's 21. With the wood line being harvested pretty hard, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another 10 added in soon. And that would also enable him to just keep pumping into Limitane. Horseman goes pretty hard here for Voldemar. It's just you normally don't think about it against Ottomans because Sapahi just make you look like a joke. Melee scores are doing the crossbowman because he didn't go for the point, did he? Okay, no, he did. But chose crossbowman over lancers. In fairness, like, he's not going to go Janissaries. Reminder, in this matchup, until you clear the Longbowman, Janissaries is the quickest way to lose the game. But for a guy who's been using Lancers to try and raid, I would have thought more would be better. Castle Age 3 TC was not on your bingo card? You've clearly not watched enough Voldy games. My favorite part is I was talking to him this morning. He's like, I'm a reformed player. I remember he's like, a reformed player. I don't like playing like wolves because I assume a preview of the arena mod. He's like, thank God you didn't make me play that. I'm like, what? Waldemar, you love wolves. But I'm a reformed player. I'm so different. I was like, that right there is BS. We watched the Numedan game literally a day ago. But finally, Voldemar cannot deny his true nature. No, he's like a vampire sniffing blood. Only it's wolves. I'm telling you guys, if Voldemar ever visits the US, the first thing he's going to do is a tour of the Mexican border walls. It's like, oh, this one has plating. Oh, this one has ring mesh. And towers as well. Wait, he's actually going for the land in America? Yeah, I probably ain't. I doubt they got budget. Apparently, AB4 lands, we just ain't got the budgets. Oh, interesting. I mean, I guess it shouldn't be... Actually, I don't know if Volder would pay for it, maybe. Depends. They're small orcs. I don't know if they're able to, like, afford and justify those type of expenses. But yeesh. Voldemar, can you afford this fight right now? Your army's split, no? Like, this isn't everything. This is half of his army. Is he trying to bait Scatterbrains into a bad fight? No, I think he just didn't realize the rally was in the wrong place. Oh, no. This is bad. Sipahi, if they can get around the back, this is going to be big. Let's try to cut him off the cataphracts. Leaves a few spearmen behind to keep the rest of the army at bay. And that allows him to peel back this light cavalry. Sipahi Lancers just littering the field right now. Second wave coming in way too weak. Great defense by Voldemar. Leaves him with Lombos and cataphracts to deal with that backline. Chase is on. Forced retreat. Mangonel's going to turn for the shots, but completely whiffs and goes down. Trample's still on cooldown, but the Springles are again just griefing Scatterbrain. They're losing them this game. And also Scatterbrain, oh my dear God, build something. What are we... A wonder victory is an interesting idea. I see where your thought process is going on Gorge, but you may be about 20 minutes too soon to that equation. No, I think he was going for a castle drop Sacred Site win condition, but Voldemar now blocks that. Oh, this is going to start snowballing. You're behind on economy because your opponent went free TC. I think Scatterbrain put himself in kind of a slow roller position with how he approached this. Maybe he didn't realize it was free TC. He saw the second, remember. The third, I could have sworn he glanced it with the Lancers, though. Man. The hunkered down boy comes out. Waldemar, I mean, this is the thing. The confidence surged the moment he completed the walls. He tries to deny his birthright, but we know it. Lombos, even now just sniping out mangoes is a really bad sign for Scatterbrain. Gets one shot out, but it's a whiff, really. Military schools are now being burnt down by the torches. Voldemar with the mangoes himself. Mass archers would be good if they started firing. Yeah, not the best of shots here, but meantime, spear line just about deep enough to threaten the Sipahi. And Scatterbrain, he's dead, man. Like, this is ridiculous. Voldemar is outnumbering him in his own base. Crazy turnaround, but the way this game went, it felt like it was going to be decided at the 15-minute mark. Scatterbrain looked like he had this one in the palm of his hands, but Voldemar able to unravel it with that defense on the outpost on the gold. Comes out ahead. Now the Rams looking to end the game. Now, I don't think the game is over yet because we are missing one key thing from Voldemar. I'm going to need him to rush a bunch of people out into stone because I don't see a castle yet in the enemy base, and apparently we won't get one. GG comes out, and the kid able to look like the stoic defender. 30 mins in game? Wait, what's that in reference to? Going for a wonder? Yeah, 30 mins is fine. You can rush a wonder if you want to in 30 minutes. Oh, man. Dude. I really, really wish Scatterbrain... I mean, not wish because I'm unbiased, right? But like, it would have been cool to see if he'd done a ram earlier with the MMs. I think it changes a lot. Oh, building walls. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, but he's like trying to resist the temptation, you know? I think that game's uploadable. That was kind of an interesting one. What would we call that one? It's to do with the outpost, isn't it? Oh, I like that. He forgot to garrison it, ruined everything. Has a good look to it. He builds them a lot. This wasn't one of them. Yeah, that's what I was saying. He just like said he'd been resisting the temptation for a long time. Wham! Did you see the Numidon Voldemar game the other day? That was I'm still seeing walls a day later. I'll just say it that way. So next up, we've got Scandinavia. Makes sense. Scatterbrain would go for the comfort of water. We're actually going to get the Middle Eastern mirror. Can't recall it, though. Oh, it was China from Numidon, and then Voldemar played French. He was talking to me about, it's like, did you watch the other one? Because the other one was, like, very fast. But then they went into Hill and Dale twice. and Nimbilan just picked Chinese. It's crazy as well because he had French on a 2 sacred site spawn map. He was so close to hitting the timing to just lock both of them in. But yeah, kind of whiffed. It's unfortunate. And then the game took like 55 minutes. Ended with the most disastrous trade line I've seen on Hill and Dale. Alright, so G2. Let's get ready to roll. Alright, minute out. I'm going to run ads for 1 minute. Whoop, whoop. Oh, man. Am I looking forward to the return of KPMM or am I getting ready to rip my hair out? I still can't decide. I got so much I need to sort. And I've also got like an event I'm working in less than a week now. Yeah, I'm flying to Germany for some RL. And then we come back. We'll probably do a watch party of the Denmark LAN, I reckon. It would be nice to try and organize a show match or two towards the end of the month, like maybe a prelude to KPMM starting up again as well. I'll see what I can do. I need to get some sponsors in, really, for KPMM. It's tough because, like, the viewership was decent, but I think it was just shy of, like, where, like, people would be like, okay, yeah, we drop, like, 5 or 10K to sponsor this. It's also just, like, a hard time to get people to push money into to esports ventures. Let's get ready to go. It's time to decide which Arabian Civ is best. Welcome back, folks. It's game number 2 of our show match between Scatterbrained and Voldemar, and we are hopping in for a splash in the pond. Voldemar able to turn around an abysmal position in game number 1. Now looks to extend his lead in the best of 5. Scatterbrained is going to respond with the Iabids into Voldy's Abbasids. And guys, I got to say, I'm still convinced that this is his Civ, right? Like, a lot of people talk about Voldemar and Chinese. Step back, step away. Like, this is the one. In my eyes, if I think Voldemar, I think Abbasids. Scandinavia as the map is an interesting one. The way to think of Scandinavia is a little bit like Kawasan in a different format. Because often what happens is you split the ponds, and then you play towards the land a bit. Sometimes you do see people clashing on the ponds, or you go for the other pond. But I'd say, like, compared to Kawasan, that timing of clashing on both ponds is more delayed. So it's different enough. And actually, most recently in tournament play with Scandinavia, we've seen a lot of focus on just splitting the food and then sending it full on land. Led to some really epic games. In fact, we had, like, the Wham versus Beastie, Puppetball versus Beastie ones. Were really intriguing to watch. And I can happily say that every once in a while, Scandinavia does deliver something intriguing because Cow is not in the chat. If anyone tells him that I said that, I'll delete the video and the VODs. So be careful. 14 sheep so far. Scatterbrained off to a better start. Much better start with this type of grab. It shouldn't really matter too much. And, well, that's interesting. Scatterbrained's going for advancement wing. Right? No? Industry? This has to be an industry wing build, right? Industry is kind of cool, though, because if you dock drop both sides and then you just pump out an archer ship, you block your opponent's eco. I mean, there's nothing else that I could see making sense. Like, Loggy's fallen off a bit, and definitely on water maps. And yeah, it is going to be the eco wing build. So reminder, eco wing industry, it gives you the 350 wood, as well as allows you to build faster, a lot faster. This is going to be great for mirroring the dock plays on a delay, because your docks only cost 75 wood each. So that still gives you an extra 200 wood to play with. Archer ships are only 150 wood. So you see where this goes, right? You can easily plop in the extra wood required to pump out an archer ship on both sides and block your opponent's docks. Voldemar has some catching up to do. Not only is it a case of you need to get the resources, you then also need to tech, which is a locked-in timing. This is the thing that can be a little bit awkward with Abbasids in these type of environments. Is like, you know, compared to other civs that can build fish and then rush an age up, you can build fish, but you most definitely can't rush the age up. Scatterbrain. There's the dock already. Does scare his opponent away. We'll be mirroring both sides. Oh, did we get predictions up? I don't think we did. Let me fix that. All right, 2 minutes. Get your predictions in now. Benefits of watching live. You guys know that you get even more prediction points to work with if you're subscribed. That's right. Pay to win. So Voldemar. I wondered if he would try the Milliwing response, but he's gone Culture. Which means we should be seeing him pull onto Stone soon. Normally, Culture Wing is about going for the emplacements. Remember, with the Culture Wing Preservation Knowledge, you actually discount arrow slits. So they become a bit more affordable. Is there a world in which he'd instead do a castle build? I think the challenge with castle here is like you're going to lose out on fishing way too much. You don't have enough fishing to just rush the age. And there you go. Switch is on the way. So 3 under stone now. And it does make sense as a response. Like, how do you now kind of mimic what your opponent is doing? Because we can actually see it's going to be Springles instead and double dock at that. You know what I think is kind of underrated here as a play? Is like actually just building a proxy racks and then getting a ram out with all that extra wood. Because if you open racks, your opponent can't like deny it with the scout. He can't kill the ram with the scout. He'll die to the spear. Even an archer actually would eventually kill the scout. It is expensive. Like, you're spending 150 wood in the center of the map, then you're spending like 20 wood, and then you're spending 200 wood. But that's where industry is meant to make it a bit more flexy. Because the problem now with the Springald defense is like your opponent has got the arrow slits defense. The way he's stockpiling, you should be able to get a good timing for both of them before this gets a bit uncontrollable. Scatterbrain goes for the reveal. Fishing boats. Maybe in a bit of a pickle here. Voldemar not pulling them away either. Voldemar? Okay, he realizes the error of his ways, but that's one fishing boat down already. And that really shouldn't be happening, right? When you've got 3 fishing boats, 1 dock, that's the perfect defense. Understandable once the archer ship arrives, but the Sprue on its own should find it challenging to get that type of kill. Love that Scatterbrain has just been keeping the workers out here for the fish. I'm already taking a lot of damage on this dog. The scout's been hanging here the whole time. He even has a demo now. So Voldemar's going to have to fight Northside, guys. This is a pretty good timing for Ibids. You're going to be able to secure pond play for fishing. And you're also now blocking the eco on the north side. Because you already have the potential for military up here. Scatterbrain is holding on to a lot of resources. I don't know if this is about teching or if it's just because he wants to see a reaction from his opponent before he does something himself. Teching would feel like a little bit greedy here. You could maybe justify going into logistics and just rushing relics because on Scandinavia, 3 relics spawn in the center. So it'd be a very easy 4 relic game. Demo. He just says to hell with it. Throws it in there. Probably would have been nice if just had that upriver patrolling, but he's got Archer plus Springald, so it should be quite hard for Voldemar to sneak out. Oh, now adding in the land. They've got Horsemen plus Archers. Arrow slit defense is going to be annoying enough for the Dow, but villagers nearby can just keep on repairing. Demos are going to be coming out straight away from Scatterbrain. I'm not sure why. I mean, you've got an archer ship. I get the thought like your opponent would build a Springald, but even if he does, you can't actually kill a Springald ship straight away. Alright, moment of truth. How did you guys predict? 50-50 split. You guys really just can't decide which Middle Eastern civ is the best, huh? It's a bit of an interesting matchup, actually. In the very early days, Ibids was seen as a really good counter to Abbasids with their timings. But then I think there was a window where, like, Abbasid players identified that there was this very, very powerful kind of Culture Wing fast castle build to counterplay. It's interesting because when you talk about the uniqueness of the camels, technically a Bastards is better on land because Camel Riders beats all the other camels. Challenge has historically been, how the hell do I afford mass Camel Riders? If Voldemort can secure the fish, it's a very easy question to answer. Outpost being forced. Scatterbrain showing his intent here. He's still holding half the resources for attack. And it looks like Voldemort is actually forfeiting over the dock, so he's going full land aggro. Okay, so really important for Scatterbrain is going to be scouting this out. He doesn't see anything just yet. Center of the map is not revealed. He did just get a glimpse of the racks. Raxus seems very suspicious here. Voldemort probably not going to be investing in more fishing. He has got a demo ship on the way. Timing could actually be really good here, but the villagers are going to be in trouble for it. Beautiful pull away there. Voldemort gets out of range just in time. Demo can now look to connect on both. And Scatterbrained. Voldemort, I think he could have actually got both there. As in brought this one low and then finished it. Only gets the one. And the importance of getting two there is like Scatterbrained at that stage probably wastes more resources rebulking water, which gives you a bigger window on land. Instead now, that's the economy to start flexing. Fishing isn't crazy, but Scatterbrained, he done really well on the sheep rotation, remember. He's still got 10 to work with, while Voldemort is now down to his final 4. Yeah, another difference is Scatterbrained never touched the berries, actually. He left that resource, surprisingly enough. Not a really big fan of that. The berry gathering rate is vastly superior to the sheep, and it's the riskier resource. Like, taking it now could have made a lot of sense. But maybe Scatterbrained thought, oh, wow, if he's going on land, I'm just going to get blocked there. It's too risky. So Voldemort probably wants this game done in Feudal. Because the problem right now is, like, if you don't end it in Feudal, everything you've built gets countered by Golems. And your opponent's going to have fishing to enable Golems. Even Camel Lancers, actually. Like, Spearmen don't do that well against Camel Lancers because you can't brace them. They don't respond to a brace. They just keep charging. He's going to be diving towards the gold. So he's trying to keep Scatterbrained in age 2. SP just going raw horseman. Spears is a problem here, though, that he hasn't answered. Voldemort. Oi, oi, oi. Scatterbrained. I mean, he might win water, but it counts for nothing if you can't get gold. Oh, boy. And the outpost is going to go down. Workers being sacrificed here. Nice snipes. Voldemort finds his timing. Starting to take the lead. Yeah, maintain the military lead. Truly. Right now, Scatterbrain's, it's a full lie. 15 of his 19 military pop is on water. And Voldemort has not really bothered with water anymore. No, and he has a timing here. Blocks the outpost going up on the tree line. Keeps the pressure mounting. And just swipes straight through. Does need some more spearmen. Scatterbrained, at some point, archers has got to be your best friend, right? But like, if you can't touch this wood, that transition is not possible. He's going to get the space to build up the new outpost. Has to rush it up with the full 17. I wonder how many people are happy that the water is kind of just becoming irrelevant now. Like, it's just an all-in land, baby. Oh, Voldemort did tell us he's reformed. He told me this before, and last time it was a lie, but this is looking like a man who just wants quick games done. Gets in, finds additional worker kills. I wonder if he just goes for a ram now. Ram has a lot of value because not only the outpost, the house is nearby. Just pop block your opponent. This is like the awkwardness of when you have fishing boats. Is like you're actually inflating your eco faster, so losing houses just kind of starves you out in a weird way. Ram now almost complete. Voldemort, smart move into Camel Archer. It's just about the debuff. If you guys remember back in the olden days when we cast a lot of mirrors, the Abbasid mirrors was quite simply mass horsemen and a few camels. The debuff is all you want the camels for. One's going to be good enough here because Scatterbrained doesn't have a way of actually sniping that camel. Voldemort, he's going to be clown carring in, so straight after the houses. I like this as well. The outpost is not garrison, so go after a higher value target. Stop your opponent from inflating. The horseman. Oh, he goes in for the raid. Even fights the camel archer. Great hit there. Out of time achieved. The Voldemar, he's starting to move in deeper. That tree line is not going to be safe because the other thing now is your horsemen are completely out of position. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Voldemar's left the archers with the ram alone. Dives to the other side of the base. And finally, Scatterbrain is moving into archers. We've been waiting for it this whole time. Scatterbrain just not really feeling ahead. Lacking options. I think the big scary thing here is like Voldemar has ranged increases. Damage and defense. Look at Scatterbrain's buffs and look at his gold. He's been struggling, man. Not even wheelbarrow, so this type of idle time also just kicks you in the gonads. He's going to find more reinforcements. I think like Voldemar just needs to get more spears. The thing right now is like archers shouldn't be something you're freaking out about. If you keep running between the two tree lines, your opponent can't build them. He's going to hang around on those archer ranges. Smart move as well, just to stop any sort of scale. I think Voldemar's played this very well. I think the only thing really missing for him is going to be a scout. He's really suffering on the vision. Because there's a lot of moves happening that he should be able to react to a bit quicker. Horseman tried to dive in again, but the spear's good enough to defend it this time. Got him camping pretty hard on the south side. So the logic for Voldemar is now win this fight and then shut down the second tree line with the second group. It actually can work because the problem is Scatterbrain has no type of diversity to his comp. Yeah, and this is an English horseman. You can't run them back and heal them at Abbey of Kings. Any damage done is permanent. Yeah, it would have been a crazily different game if you went Dervish, but I mean, if you went Dervish, he wouldn't have won the water. Scatterbrain. Where is he heading? For the deer? Or is it for the gold? No, it's just for the wood. Okay. It's quite the gamble. We'll see how much time it buys for him, because like Voldemar should get suspicious when he checks the other tree line and sees nothing. In fact, he's already hunting over there. Scatterbrain will look to grab him. I would be very suspicious about those horsemen now and what they're trying to block. Love that Voldemar done this, by the way. He's pulling his eco towards the front line so he can defend it more easily. It's smart because when you're against horsemen, it's either you do this or you build loads of outposts or you build walls. Voldemar has told us he does not like walls anymore. No, it's like watching the Spice Girls break up. He just doesn't like them anymore. He's still seeing no gold gathering. And I mean, this is the weird thing about it being a wood prio. Like, in a weird way, it's actually quite created by Scatterbrain. He even pulls further away in anticipation. We've got archer ranges on the edge of the map. So he's trying to prep an archer counterplay without being seen, which is smart because, like, Voldemar has just assumed it's only horsemen now. It's mass spears and mass spears only. If he can buy himself 3 or 4 minutes, there's an opportunity here. The thing that scares me, guys, is that this comp doesn't win for Irobids and Castle. We talked about the camels, the camel riders being the king of camels earlier on. But Abbassids are also the king of archers in the Middle East. The composite bows makes them impossible to fight archer v archer. Mamluk's bravery just doesn't really compare. Especially when you compound that with the military boot camp, and it is going to be the military wing. I think Scatterbrain might just be dead. Yeah, okay, I was about to say, I wonder if he could just pull the horseman. Because the thing right now is, like, earlier on, Voldemar needed the horseman to protect. But his army is so big now, it just feels like you're not leveraging your comp entirely to keep them with the main army. It's going to start to back up. This is pretty standard when you're playing for a tech up. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to risk too much. Does mean that Scatterbrain could technically rush on the gold, and is in fact doing so. So he'll look to mimic, but someone tells me this is going to have to be advancement wing. Yeah, and Scatterbrain agrees. I think he knows when he saw the army leave his base, It looks like a tech up. What am I coming back in, though? Wait. No, dude, he's going to see it because he came here for the deer. Come on. All right, alert, alert. Why is there a lumber camp and where did they go? You never look on your side of the map for the resources, right? Right? Hey, I'm a variantive. We're basically the same people, you know? He could deny the docks, but it doesn't really matter. There's not actually that much fishing. Scatterbrain never got the wood to mass fishing up. This is like the perfect way to just middle finger someone trying to play water. Yeah, I mean, just let him have both sides of the sea. He can't do anything if he can't get wood. And oh my dear God, where are we going? Is he gonna check? If he checks and finds this, it's just GG. It's 17 workers. Line formation as well makes it more realistic to see them. Voldemar. He got eyeballs on. He knows. And he steers towards it. Villagers, they do smuggle themselves by on the coastal side of the trade post. But now the hunt is on. Veterans seems to be being rushed in. Horsemen diving in. The transport ship play from Scatterbrain, but he doesn't pick them all up. Leaves what? 7 behind? Also going to lose the Springles now. And congrats, firm handshakes. You've made an age up. You've survived. I wouldn't really call this surviving, though. This is like when someone's like, yeah, we're going to get into a nuclear bomb shelter. And we're going to get to, like, eat our own feces and whiz for, like, years to survive. And I'm like, dude, nuke, just take me. As long as it's quick. As long as I don't become a ghoul. Why suffer for all those years? I mean, Scatterbrain has suffered for 20 minutes in this game, and I think his suffering is about to come to a close, but it's not going to be with a happy sight of a victory. The army's full of vetted and on the way. We talked about Golems countering everything that Voldemar's doing. It's still true, but it has its limits. Okay? You're building a Golem, not Superman. I guess Super Arabia in this situation. It's just too much flood. Dive comes in. Scatterbrained. He should know it's all over. GG gets called. Voldemar is storming his way through and gives us a staunch reminder why a Bastards is a peak civ for him. What do you think, guys? Is this inspirational, perfect way to shut down fishing or what? Really cool game. Whew. Okay, so let's go ahead and mark that up. That's 2 on the board. Not looking close so far. And I mean, that was Scatterbrain's theoretically his best pick, right? Like I talked about him on water. That's somewhere he feels very comfortable. So it's not quite the same, but there is still water there. We're going to be going dry river next. And it looks like we're going to be getting Mongols versus Knights Templar. A very good map for Knights Templar. I do think Mongols can kind of solve. What it comes down to is your scouting. You have to make sure you can see what your opponent's doing. And if he's going into like mass docks, you just rush spears. If not, don't take the bait, rush the age instead. Because like Keshik opening is pretty good against what Knights Templar do, which is Archer plus Chevalier. Wonder if there's a game where instead he could do Hospitaller. Hospitaller against Keshik is kind of weird because, like, you heal, but he heals while fighting. But it does give you, I think, a better surge point into the mid-game, maybe? Let's find out. Getting ready now. Oh, I'll run him. Oh, I can't run him in advance. Rip. Alright, let's get Predickies up. Keshik's win over Chevalier. As long as you don't let them scale too hard. I think the way you lose that one as Mongols is on an eco battle. Because Keshik's, the damage, their stats are like decent. They're similar in cost. Chevalier is slightly cheaper, of course. But early on, it's 160 HP versus 145. Damage is the same, but Keshiks heal as the fight goes on. And you have double production really early on, right? So I think Mongols can win this one. It's definitely, it's not like a, oh my god, it's an 80-20. It's very close in that, like, I'd say, like, it's micro-oriented. I think the scary thing is if you let the Chevalier surge in production, as in you don't keep it low, and then you let them start adding in archers. Because then your Keshiks just, like, take way too much damage at the start, and then archers snipe them down. Wonder if he tries to play Magadai just to try and raid the land eco, actually. Well, let's find out. We're hopping in. I need to switch scenes. He's losing bad. So he done what any of us would do. Pick Knights Templar. I mean, that just delivers you wins, right? That's what Reddit keeps telling me, baby. Welcome back to the channel for game number 3. Scatterbrained. He needs a point to stay alive this best of 5s. It's going to go to the Knights Templar, but Voldemar, another comfort pick. He knows it well. It's going to be Mongols in the yellow. Map is going to be Dry River. This has a lot of fishing. And the first thing that matters is scouting. Voldemar dashes across the map straight away to see if this is going to be greed. He sees none. What this means, Voldemar does not have to waste resources going into redundant spearmen. Instead, he can now start stockpiling the stone and mirroring the feudal, or playing on the pawns himself. And apparently, the temptation of greed is too high. Yeah, so I think either would have been kind of viable, but the idea here now is like Scatterbrain rushing an age up. What does he get? Well, he's definitely not going to get an ability to burn down docks fast. I think Voldemar probably only goes one dock, but this is a huge edge. The idea on this map, by the way, why Knights Templar is picked here and so good, there's 6 ponds, each one having 2,500 food. That means there is 15,000 food on offer in the center of the map, and Knights Templar thrive on maps where fishing is on offer, because it offsets their weakness. Knights Templar's balance check in the early game is meant to be a lack of villages. They sacrifice them to go for an age up. But, you know, the way this now plays out is Voldemar should have an eco lead. Valuable, invaluable for Keshik spamming. And it makes me wonder if Scatterbrained is actually going to be doing the Kingdom of France. We've been seeing a lot of players actually play towards the Hospitaller in the last few days, actually. I think the problem with Hospitaller here now against fishing is it's just not going to come online quick enough, though. Did we get predictions up? 72% people trusting in the Knights Templar. Oh, interesting. Gold gathering is a little bit slow compared to the food, but we'll get the final drop-off. And it is going to be the Frenchies. Jeu de les Français versus Kekiks. Voldemar's tech timing is going to be pretty slow here, though. Yeah, I mean, he's going, what, probably 3 fishing boats before a tech up. Might want to consider pulling the villager back. What will happen is Voldemar will probably hear the tech up and then send the villager home. Safest way to do it. That way you maximize your food gathering. It does feel a little bit bad to be taking food away from the shoreline just because there's limited food. But it's so much that it doesn't make difference. I feel like if you're playing a map like Rocky River, which you guys will on the ladder, taking food from 1,000 with one villager actually hurts you quite a bit. But with so many options here, it's kind of a shrug. So what does Scatterbrain look to do with the opening? Because the issue you're going to run into here is actually Voldemar got a pretty good spawn. The Uvu's far out there. That does stop double production. But gold and wood are on the TC, which means he can afford multiple Keshiks. Yeah, and also sheep, right? He's sitting at 14 sheep compared to 8. Scatterbrain is going to need some sort of value play. And he goes for the dock, but come on. The timing on this. Voldemar will not be able to stop Doc going up, but he will get a worker kill. So, am I really about to see 12 versus 20 eco? I want to cry right now. Oh, God. 12 versus 20 eco at 4 minutes. That's a grim, grim outlook. Voldemar, he did actually go for the 4 fishing. So, I've heard multiple people ask this question, like, how much is too much fishing for shoreline? I think it's acceptable to have as many boats as shoreline is available. Probably -1. So that's why on most like maps you'll see 4 shoreline fish, you get 3 fishing boats, for example. It ensures that you get a really notable increase in food income early on, but you don't burn through it so quickly that it just kind of ruins your long-term plan. Right? Remember, it's always a balancing act because, yeah, you could get this food quicker, but every time you add in another fishing boat, like you're just kind of turning it into a closer to even exchange than it otherwise would be. And these are not permanent food sources. They're temporary. Once again, Khan comes in to be a nuisance. We do have an immediate play into Pilgrims, which did get scouted by the Hawk. He didn't, however, see the Knights. Not that Voldemar cares. He's already planned it. It's going to be Keshik's. Good timing as well. So it's going to be double pump into probably double pump here. Takes 30 seconds to get this out, and you now get 100 stone per minute. So you'll probably have to wait like maybe 5 seconds to get the second Keshik queued up, but it's worth it to double the count. This is all about a numbers game. Remember what we said with Chevalier, where they can look good against Keshiks is when the count gets too high. But when it's low, Keshik should exchange very well because it's much easier to microwave injured targets. And also the Chevalier aren't benefiting from that overwhelming surge of health when they get to like 15, 20. Like, interesting way to think about Chevalier. You know the Roosts have that tech that gives them 25 more health called Boy's Fortitude? Once you reach 25 Chevalier, you basically just got Boy's Fortitude for free. Sounds pretty damn good all of a sudden, doesn't it? Even more so when I say you get it in Feudal Age over Castle Age, potentially. The Skybrain is doing a good job at least catching up on the fishing now. And it is going to be stable stables. So we are just getting a full micro off. It's tricky as well. Had that villager not died earlier, I imagine Scatbrain would be double dock already. And that also diversifies the risk that your opponent just rushes Keshiks onto the one dock now. I like this. Voldemar just steering now towards Sacred Sites to try and intercept. Reminder, there's a very obvious choice to the south side. North side is actually quite doable as well by comparison. The only one I'd say you want to avoid is probably the center site because it's very predictable. Most new spawn Keshiks are probably rotating in that direction. Man, you're so happy with this, Vivaldi, though. While your Keshiks are hunting for real value, Scatbrain is wasting all of his time on a Khan. And it looks like Scat is going to bring first. He actually cancelled the stable, switched into the racks. Okay. This might work out because Voldemar's being quite greedy. He's going for a castle play. Second dock now for Scatterbrain, so he's going to keep inflating. Who benefits more? We did talk about the Chevalier scaling being really good. But although you're increasing your food income, keep in mind that Voldemar is likely considering a step readout, which is going to be a big buff to his eco as well. Like, congrats, you've added in 4 fishing boats. If Voldemar puts 10 villagers on gold, that's equivalent to having an extra 5 villagers in your economy. Especially important for Keshiks that cost 80 gold per. Is there anything exploitable about Scatterbrain's spawn? Not if he gets this fishing set up. The deer would have been quite problematic for him, but like with double pond, you should be pretty good at competing. The other nice thing is just this surge point you get into bio when you're playing wood like this. He's building wood to build fishing boats, but by gathering wood, he's gathering food as well, remember, with Knights Templar. Neat little perk that they have. Step readout now on the way. If Voldemar's thinking about like a super greedy imp timing, like he doesn't have the food for it now. I like these set up the additional dock, so we've got double pond play. There's still an extra one in the middle that I imagine is tempted by. Keshiks are also going to be diving into the base, looking for worker kills. Might be able to claim 1 maximum, but no more. Okay, but this is good, right? Because all of a sudden, Scatterbrain is freaking out about his base. So while you're teching up, he's now rushing back to try and defend. Great time by Voldemort. A little bit risky. But what was Scatterbrain to know? I mean, when you look at his vision, he's playing a pretty blind game currently. We'll now try to move into Punish, but Keshik upgrade's now coming through. And we do have an immediate crossbow switch to just shred through these Chevalier. Another great use of the step readout. It's a third of the cost. Keshik's is like better if you can justify it because it's closer to half the cost. Actually, sorry, no, it's a third as well then. My math. Lol. Close to a third. It's like, I can't be asked to do percentages. 40%? Keshik's vetted up now. Nicely played. 2 worker kills. Oh, man. He's just tunnel visioning into the economy. I mean, he clears out the dock. He's going to clear out the fishing. But what Scatterbrain now needs is a dive. The Chevalier count at 8 and crossbows now coming out does not offer that up. That means your tree line, your back eco is now becoming a bit of a liability. Now, he does, of course, have the fishing in his favor. My concern is he's going to need a tech up sooner rather than later. Apparently, Scatter feels the same. Has cut all production all of a sudden. Keshiks are going to come in again. And once again, Scatterbrained not paying attention. No, Voldemar's just going to carve him up like a turkey. Extends his lead. Rest of the fishing getting shut down. Demo ship is on the way. You need to commit the torches now. 7 seconds. Scatterbrain. Okay. He was freaking me out for a sec there. The demo actually might still get out and get a perfect hit. Detonation. Pretty nice there, actually. Gets his hands on 5 Spearman kills. So a productive exchange. It slows down that blob effect from Scatterbrained. You do have Keshik now returning fine. Nice sniping. Reminder, once you tech up, you do even more torch damage. So it's much easier to snipe these fishing boat kills. It also benefits him because he heals. Scatterbrained. This can't be heavy spears, right? Genuine's crossbowmen are pretty redundant against this comp, but it would at least give you more gold. And if someone mentions Genitors, we just might have to ban them. The person who mentions it, not Genitors. There's no point banning Genitors. That would just improve Knights Templar's win rate. Again, oh my god. No wheelbarrow still. Tech up on the way is going to be Genoa, but the lack of wheelbarrow has made this so easy. Voldemar's just pulling him apart. Like right now, Scatterbrain looks like one of those delicious, slow-cooked pulled porks. You know, the ones that just pull apart. They just fall apart in your hands. Exactly what's happened to Scatterbrain. Voldemar is just running away with this now. I think we're just, like, close to the crescendo. If the Keshiks find this deer gathering, probably GG. Come back for an extra pond. And the crossbow count as it is, there's no way Scatterbrain can really contest that. Yeah, I think Voldemar just exploited the water very well and then played without it at the perfect time. It has now slowed down his Keshik production a bit, that lack of food. But even though Scatterbrain is now teched up, remember Voldemar has been going towards the relic, so he's extending his gold lead even further. Still, just the Khan as well. 6 damage doesn't seem like a lot until you realize it takes less than 10 shots to kill a villager. Yeah, Khans never used to be this annoying. Do you guys remember the days before Falcon got added? I feel like Falcon changed so much. It did take a long time for the pro scene to catch on entirely to it. We've seen it most clearly, most recently, with the addition of the Khan Hunters and the Magadai openings. That's where it's really started to look pretty vile. I've seen this before. I think Scatterbrain maybe not quite sure what to build. He's going to be prepping spears. Not a bad idea. Like, the crossbows won't be able to kill you too quickly. Protects you against the Keshiks. You kind of just need the meat before you can go for the quality. Voldemar now marching in. We did talk about this GG point. Right here, the tree line, the deer. This is his world right now. And his world is about to get shook. Wait, he killed a spearman? Crossbows backing up. Keshiks are now coming in, though. And these are only hardened spearmen. No, not like this. Army's going to get wiped before the veterancy can complete. And that is going to be a sleep well, sweet prince moment. Villagers running away again, but the Khan sees all. This guy, start to finish in this game, has had a can-do attitude. Yeah, I think Scatbrain is basically playing one of those super gambly forms of Mahjong that you always lose now in the casino. There's nowhere to run. If he somehow gets back home, it'll be a miracle. He's just running in a straight line. This is the Prometheus school of running away from things at this stage. And we know how that goes. Those people only survive because they're main character. Scatbrain is proving he is just the NPC in this story. Yeah, this is over, guys. He's even walking over the shaman. Keep on running, boys. Keep on running. Well, it may have started promising with what looked like it was going to be a Scatbrain win into a crazy comeback, but the last two games has just been an unraveling. Voldemar's experience oozing through. All right, well, I thought that might be a bit closer. It was not. GG's to Voldemar. Nicely played with his 3-0 victory. Check my DMs. Yeah, you're good to go. Damn. Hussein working a lot faster than even he thought. But guys, that is going to bring us to a close. So, if you didn't see it, make sure you check back the VODs. Watch them on YouTube. It supports the channel more because Twitch doesn't pay us for VODs here. If you do want to support via Twitch, be sure to subscribe to the channel. We're only 33 out of 100 on our plus goal for July, so let's keep pumping those numbers. You guys are superstars for that. But plans now, relaxation. I'm kidding. Saturday is not going to be relaxation. I'm going to be looking after my kiddos while my partner goes to an Ed Sheeran concert. And I won't be working Sunday on EGC. So I won't be on the finals weekend broadcast. Is what it is. I will be casting some Mecha Bellum on Sunday for about 2 or 3 hours. So that'll be happening at least. Next stream will be Monday. Monday, Tuesday are going to be my final streams for about like a week. Because on Wednesday, I fly out to Germany to the largest US military base in the country. Very interesting one. I'll talk more about that next week. But what I'm going to do now, YouTube, I'm going to end the stream. And as for Twitch, we're going to find someone to raid. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure, guys, if you haven't already, check out HIMS, !HIMS. Go have a look at that. If you are looking for someone to get you uppity in the groin area, maybe you're looking to get your hair up and looking good like mine because it's fallen into midlife crisis, or potentially you're looking to get something down, maybe the weight staring at you on the scales, HIMS has got solutions for all those things. Go check them out. Survey for you to fill out, which will guide you through the process, and then they can try to facilitate getting you the medical services or medical products that would help you achieve your goals. Big shout out to them for supporting these. They've been able to support us on our way to doing 10 of the HIMS Cups in total, and hopefully more in the future. We'll have to see.